Hello. Buenos dias, bon dia, good morning. Please, if you can start taking seats, we're about to start. Welcome, bienvenidos, benvingut a Barcelona. I am very pleased to be here. This is one of my favorite cities to visit. Since the first time I came here, I was very surprised of how it always wanted to be avant-garde. It always cared about beauty, about technology, about industries. So I think there couldn't be a better place to host this event now that we're starting the Spanish presidency for the Council of the European Union. What does Barcelona have? Barcelona is a city that's one of the central poles of creative activities. It perfectly mixes artistic and creative expressions with new technologies. Here in Spain and in the rest of Europe, these current creative landscape is shaped by the cultural and creative industries. These industries have become drivers for innovation, for prosperity and well-being. Prosperity and well-being. Industries, technology, this is what this high-level conference is going to be about. It's a high-level conference that, as I said, is held in the framework of the Spanish presidency for the Council of the European Union, and it's held by the Spanish Ministry of Science and Technology and the Spanish Ministry of Culture. My name is Jorge Suquet. I had the chance to meet a few of you yesterday, but people that just came today and who doesn't know me, I'm an actor. I work as an actor. And I'm very happy to be here because I'm a little part of the culture in Spain. I'm very happy to be here as an actor, but also as a citizen, because I believe that culture has a lot to do with well-being. And because I am a city rat, I live in Madrid, I was born there, I love living in cities, but I have this hope that life in cities can be related to well-being. And that's why we are all here today. And I'm really honored to be your host. I'm not only going to be a host, I'm also going to be a citizen that's learning. So I'm really happy about that. Anyway, enough about me. Let's start with this. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming here to the Design Museum. I think the Design Hub, I think there is no better place to host this event. I want to thank you all that are here, the people that are going to come, but also I want to thank everyone who's following us via streaming. And yeah, let's start with this. I want to introduce you to the Creative and Cultural Industries Commissioner of the City Council of Barcelona. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Xavier Marcet.
I speak you in Catalan. Please take your translator. Welcome to Barcelona. We are very happy that this meeting takes here in this city. Ja fa molts anys que la cultura i l'art van deixar de ser un territori ignot, protegit de mirades alienes, on l'especulació creativa, el pensament i el contrast públic, no sempre, configuraven un escenari reservat a uns pocs privilegiats. I per més que les polítiques públiques hagin dedicat ingents esforços a socialitzar tot tipus de continguts culturals, que s'hagin normalitzat les ensenyances artístiques i que l'accés i la popularització de les pràctiques culturals s'hagi estès exponencialment, els territoris sobre els quals s'ha desenvolupat tradicionalment el món de la cultura han canviat i estan canviant radicalment. L'arrel d'aquest canvi té dues grans direccions. La primera està directament relacionada amb els efectes del trànsit digital. La permeabilitat de la creació artística amb les tecnologies digitals ha socialitzat la creació fins al punt de posar fins al límit tots els ordres canònics que ordenaven el món de la cultura fins finals del segle passat. L'artista, avui en dia, ja no és una figura que reflexiona sobre la realitat, l'exposa i s'exposa, a una mirada crítica, però sempre cautelosa i distant. Ara, l'artista és un activista que vol formar part directa de les transformacions socials i polítiques. Com sempre, les arts visuals, herederes híbrides de les antigues arts plàstiques, porten la batuta en aquest empeny on s'interrelaciona de manera cada dia més natural creació artística, plàstica, estètica, audiovisual, realitat virtual o metavers. Però aquest escenari també penetra fortament en el món de la música, en el que les noves propostes electròniques i digitals interpel·len directament els nostres models socials. Ja fa anys que a Barcelona el Festival Sonar ens va donar una entrada, uns missatges molt importants a aquest respecte. I per suposat també en el món de l'audiovisual, on el cinema i la televisió han passat de ser actors principals i hegemònics a ser pràcticament companys de viatge. El segon factor que incideix en la transformació del món de la cultura és el seu creixent impacte econòmic i especialment la seva capacitat per convertir-se en un vector fonamental per transformar els escenaris de la nova economia. Drets, economia dels intangibles, intel·ligència artificial són conceptes cada dia més comuns en el món econòmic, però més enllà d'aquests elements instrumentals, el que és realment rellevant és el plus de creativitat que qualsevol projecte empresarial necessita avui en dia per incrementar o consolidar la seva competitivitat. No és d'estranyar que sectors tradicionalment auxiliars estem visquent en aquests moments una etapa daurada, bàsicament per la seva capacitat d'intromissió i d'aportació de valor afegit al món de l'economia de tipus més tradicional. Parlo de la moda, del disseny, de la programàtica, de la gastronomia, fins i tot de les noves expressions de l'audiovisual derivades de la realitat augmentada, dels universos virtuals, del videojoc i fins i tot més enllà de la seva capacitat per a generar estrelles mediàtiques de referència a l'arquitectura. En aquest univers enorme i dispers, concret i a la vegada híbrid, autodefinit i a vegades intromissiu, ho anomenem genèricament indústries creatives. Més enllà de les particularitats del sector cultural i dins del que específicament podríem anomenar indústries culturals, l'audiovisual, l'editorial, la música, les indústries creatives tenen un abordatge complex. En el terreny de les indústries culturals les regles de joc sempre estan clares i existeix un procés que defineix clarament les seves pautes de valor, la seva cadena de valor. Formació, reglada o informal, a vegades fins i tot provinent del meritatge, un procés creatiu, una fase de producció i una fase de distribució i explotació. I encara que aquestes fases puguin ser més o menys ambigües, en general ens resulta fàcil aplicar-hi polítiques i programes per desenvolupar-ho. Però en el terreny de les indústries creatives, aquesta manera d'ordenar la cadena de valor és poc útil. És difícil saber si un dissenyador treballa per crear o per transformar un producte. És difícil saber si la incidència final d'una proposta arquitectònica acabarà sent un edifici o el disseny d'un espai escènic. La cadena de valor de les indústries creatives és molt més complexa. El fet creatiu adquireix importància per si mateix i d'això se'n deriva una nova forma econòmica, que a poc s'està assajant en els diferents formats del blockchain. Estem davant d'un canvi d'escenari que afecta a una part molt important del sector cultural i que afecta de manera molt més transcendent al món de l'economia. No és possible, per exemple, concebir una transformació racional del món del turisme sense tenir en compte les indústries creatives. Barcelona és una ciutat que ha entès aquest missatge. Tenim algunes de les millors escoles europees en àmbits com l'audiovisual, el disseny o la moda. Hem sigut pioners en obrir fronteres en els festivals de música fins a escenaris de reflexió, debat i implementació de noves creativitats obertes a les possibilitats i a les curiositats de les noves tecnologies digitals. Som una capital rellevant amb el terreny del videojoc. Fa més d'un decenni que posem en marxa un potent projecte de fàbriques de creació, espais públics dedicats a desenvolupar projectes creatius en sectors tan diversos com la dansa, el circ, el teatre, però també la creació digital o la performàtica. Aquest mateix espai, el The Hub, és un espai on es dona una combinació francament innovadora entre la canonització dels serveis públics que expliquen i defineixen el bo i el millor de l'audiovisual o el bo i el millor del disseny, però alhora també és la casa dels sectors, tenint aquí la principal associació d'artistes i de creadors i d'empresaris també del món del disseny i també l'Agència de Barcelona de Promoció Internacional del Disseny. Barcelona acull i desenvolupa centenars de start-ups dedicades majoritàriament a desenvolupar projectes en el terreny de la creativitat aplicada a la transformació empresarial. Som un banc d'experimentació amb models de transformació de l'oferta turística, sent, com som, una de les principals ciutats turístiques del món. Però al marge d'aquest trasfons privat que comprèn i treballa per accelerar la seva transformació, Barcelona ha desenvolupat un important paquet de mesures polítiques per donar suport en aquest procés de canvi. Ja fa anys que Barcelona Activa, que és la nostra principal seu i agència de desenvolupament i promoció econòmica, té incorporat amb el seu ADN programes que interpel·len les indústries creatives. La nostra relació amb congressos i fires de la importància estratègica del mobile o l'ICE, impregnada en origen d'una voluntat de cooperació i gestió delegat que ens ajudi a transformar el marc econòmic de les ciutats, és transcendent. No és d'estranyar que el president d'algunes d'aquestes fires consideri Barcelona com una ciutat perfecta per desenvolupar el seu projecte, en la mesura que no se la tracta únicament com un aconteixement econòmic i una localització firal, sinó com una oportunitat per desenvolupar i transformar la pròpia ciutat. I en aquest mateix moment, Barcelona és la seu receptora pel sud d'Europa del KIC d'Indústries Creatives, un projecte liderat per Eurocat, recentment aprovat per la Comunitat Europea, que hauria de ser decisiu per consolidar aquest espai de transformació cultural i econòmica a la ciutat de Barcelona. Aquests són alguns dels mimbres sobre els que mirem de teixir i sobre el que volem construir el nostre discurs creatiu. Benvinguts, doncs, a Barcelona, perquè ara aquest espai al que vostès treballen és part constitutiva de la transformació de la ciutat. A poc que analitzem les dades que ens col·loquen com una de les ciutats més atractives del món, bé sigui per desenvolupar empreses o projectes culturals, ens donarem compte que les raons per les quals això passa tenen a veure amb la confluència de factors, que és justament el que es tracta de discutir i de consolidar en conferències com aquesta. Moltíssimes gràcies, benvinguts a Barcelona.
Gracias, Javier Marcet. He said very many interesting things, but one of the ones that I have to rescue is a Sonar Festival. I don't know if many of you have been in that festival here. I hope you had the chance because it's one of my favorite festivals, music festivals. But the reason why I bring it up is because it's the perfect example of why we are here today. Sonar Festival is like a playground for adults. It's not only a playground, a place to learn about the future. And I think, it's been 30 years doing this. And it's something to bring up, and it's because I mention it because it's the same thing why we're here. So anyway, if you have the chance, go to Sonar Festival. I'm going to introduce now to the Deputy Director General of the Director General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission, Joanna Drake. Let's watch the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, distinguished guests, hello from the DG responsible for research and innovation at the European Commission. Let me start by thanking the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union for organizing this very important event. It is my great pleasure to address you today as we gather to recognize the pivotal role of cultural and creative industries in Europe. Our focus today is on the intersection of culture and creative industries and the profound impact of innovative art and the vital role it plays in enhancing the quality of life in our cities. Moreover, we will explore the power of citizen engagement in shaping and co-creating robust communities that reflect the diversity and aspirations of our people. CCIs, as they are known, are not merely sectors of our economy. They are the vibrant heart that beats with competitiveness, innovation, and social belonging. They contribute to our economic prosperity and societal well-being and play a crucial role in enhancing the image and influence of the European Union on the global stage, showcasing our diverse cultural heritage and creative excellence that resonates with audiences around the world. However, today I would like to focus on these three aspects. Firstly, competitiveness. Let me begin on their impact on competitiveness. Cultural and creative industries contribute significantly to Europe's economic growth, generating jobs and also driving prosperity. According to recent data, these industries account for approximately 4.4% of the EU's GDP and employ over 7.7 million people. By comparison, in 2010, they accounted for just around 2.6% of the European GDP, with 5 million employees. This growth shows their dynamic nature and their contribution to our economic fabric. More importantly, this rapid growth underscores an emerging trend. As consumers are looking for new and enriching experiences, the ability to create social experiences and networking is becoming a factor of competitiveness itself. Therefore, I am not overstating when I say that cultural and creative industries are becoming the catalyst for entrepreneurial spirit, for startups and SMEs to flourish, fostering a culture of innovation. And this brings me to my second point. This culture of innovation propels our economies forward. Innovation finds its home within cultural and creative industries, which act as a cradle of creativity, inspiring breakthrough ideas and pushing boundaries. They are the fertile ground where imagination meets reality, producing groundbreaking works of art, captivating designs, and revolutionary technological advancements. It is through these industries that new business models, disruptive technologies, and cutting-edge solutions emerge, keeping Europe at the forefront of innovation. Interestingly, a 2013 study showed that firms that combined creative design and technology to a high degree had on average 3 times the revenues growth and higher rates of innovation compared to those who do not. Thirdly, social belonging. This is equally important in fostering CCIs. They create an ecosystem that celebrates diversity, cultural expression, and the exploration of identities. Through art, music, literature, film, and various cultural manifestations, this sector brings people together, transcending borders and building bridges. They contribute to a shared sense of identity, fostering a deep-rooted sense of belonging to our European community. The cultural and creative industries enable individuals to connect with shared experiences, reflect on common cultural bonds, invent and reinvent themselves. But this brings us also to COVID. And I am aware that the growth of this sector is not predetermined. It has to be supported to reach its full potential. This is all the more true, especially when we look back to the challenges we all know, but which CCI also faced because of COVID, particularly in the wake of a global pandemic like it was. The sector has been disproportionately affected with closures, cancellations, and financial strain. Yet Cultural and creative industries have demonstrated resilience, adaptability, and an unwavering commitment to their craft. We stand in solidarity with CCIs, acknowledging their vital role in our societies and their immense potential. We at DG R&I and the whole Commission are therefore committed to continue supporting our European culture and creative industry sector. From our standpoint, we will continue funding activities that advance research and innovation to develop new or exploit further existing technologies that boost CCI's growth. To that end, we have invested in the first 4 years of Horizon Europe some 110 million euros to support general and sectorial research for CCIs. This is a continuation of the significant investments that have been made to support CCIs in Horizon 2020. Our goal is to make the EU a world leader in innovative approaches. And to achieve this goal, we are thrilled to announce a CCI collaborative platform to amplify their impact and unlock their untapped potential. This platform will support the professional organizations in this sector to connect, identify their needs for research and innovation, and guide them to funding opportunities in the different programs. Moreover, by harnessing the collective wisdom of CCIs across Europe, we expect this platform to trigger new combinations of knowledge and boost innovation, competitiveness, and spillover to other sectors too. Therefore, we are glad to extend an invitation to all CCI actors in the EU to join our platform. In closing, let me stress that I am looking forward to the outcome of this conference, the Barcelona Declaration, which I anticipate to serve as a testament to shaping our policies and advancing the European innovation agenda. On our side, we remain committed. We remain committed to supporting our cultural and creative industries, fostering interdisciplinary research and innovation in this crucial sector, and nurturing its growth. I wish you all a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you so much.
And now please welcome Secretary General for Research of the Spanish Ministry of Science, Raquel Lloti. Welcome, bienvenida.
Creative and Cultural Industries Commissioner at Mayorship of Barcelona, Deputy Director General of DGRDT and other representatives of the European Commission who are here in Barcelona, Director General of the FECYT, the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, Director General for Research Planification, Director of the Disseny Hub Museum, moderators and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the Commission, the European Commission, the Regional Government of Catalonia, the Mayorship of Barcelona, and the Disseny Hub Museum for making possible that we are here today and tomorrow reflecting on how the cultural and creative industries can contribute to improve citizens' well-being and creating solutions combining culture and science. I am very proud to open this first high-level event in the framework of the recently launched Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, in which we are going to learn firsthand and with the guidance of the great experts from all over Europe that are here about the importance of the CCIs and their potential to transform our societies. This connects, on one hand, with the global priorities of the Spanish presidency, particularly on regards the reindustrialization of the EU, and on the other hand, on the specific objectives of our ministry, in particularly on the role that science and innovation can have in the forefront of the sectorial policies, including social sciences and humanities. As commented by the European Commissioner representative, the European CCIs belong to one of the most dynamic sectors in Europe. According to Eurostat figures, cultural and creative industries employ 8.7 million people in the EU, equivalent to around 4% of the total workforce, representing 1.2 million enterprises. But the value of CCIs goes beyond figures, since due to their symbolic value, they foster the growth of other economic areas such as tourism or leisure. They create and inspire digital technologies and services and produce benefits for education, inclusion, and social innovation, as the Commissioner has brilliantly espoused. I would like to stress that I am particularly pleased that this first high-level conference of the Spanish presidency in the field of science and innovation is precisely very close to society and social science and humanities, as it is the case of creativity, art, and culture. The internationalization of research and innovation and valorization of the Spanish science and technology ecosystem is consolidated for our ministry as continuous action and endeavor. We devote continuous efforts and investments to promote the participation and leadership of our organization in European research and innovation programs, especially in Horizon Europe. And in this program, Spain is the third EU country in obtaining funds, with about 2,400 million euros, according to the last information published by the European Commission through its open and public database. Likewise, we plan to support internalization, including CCIs, whose essence is closely linked to science, innovation, and technology. With this purpose, we are incorporating under our national state plan a specific call to promote the collaboration of art, science, technology, and innovation. This call is in line with the new European Bauhaus and the objectives of Horizon Europe Cluster 2, and help us to align our national initiatives and projects with those of the EU. As I already mentioned, this event is connected to the access of the Spanish presidency, and throughout these days, we will have the opportunity to see examples on how this sector has a very positive impact on these pillars and generates added value. It is not by chance that this event is taking place in Barcelona and in this singular venue. This city is a reference in Europe for research and innovation, but also for culture. I would like to mention the project Circular City Challenge, funded by the European program Creative Europe, which provides an immersive learning experience in Barcelona for creative talents from all around the world. In the framework of this conference, prototypes and works created within this project during these months will be exhibited at Cosmo Caixa in Barcelona. They can be visited by the public, and today during the social event by all participants in this conference. I'm sure that this conference will be one of the most special and singular events of our presidency in the field of science and innovation. And this is mainly due to the nature of the activities, projects, and entities that compose this ambitious program. Our aim has been to have the most creative and interesting conference because it is necessary to demonstrate with real examples the impact that creativity has in our daily lives, which certainly also reaches our markets and economies. We are going to have a real demonstration of projects that combine art, culture, technology, and foster social inclusion and fair green transition. Precisely with the purpose of promoting the synergies between disciplines and programs and the co-creation, both referred also by Joanna Drake in her intervention, the conference has been designed to include not only projects or initiatives arising from our main research and innovation program, Horizon Europe, but also embrace other projects funded by related programs that have also clear relation to research and innovation. In addition, we will be able to enjoy artist performances that combine technology and innovation, project presentations like STARTS, funded by the European Union, focused on bringing digital technology closer to businesses, citizens, and public administration. And finally, we will have presentations from projects developed in many cases by the same stakeholders that are participating in Horizon Europe, through several sessions focused on the Creative Europe program that, as you may be aware, of course, is the European Commission's flagship program to support the culture and audiovisual sectors. And I would like to conclude by encouraging you all to take the maximum profit of these 2 working days, where you will be able to learn more about CCIs, to develop partnership, and to enjoy such an attractive program. Finally, my special thanks to FECYT team, Inma, Borja, and all the team. All of you have worked very hard to make such a singular and interesting event possible, and I'm sure that we will always remember. It is therefore my pleasure and my honor to declare this presidency conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Iotti. The program of this conference comes as no surprise. Proof is all the people that are here and signed up and the people that are watching us via streaming. What are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about innovative projects. We're going to talk about scientific and cultural initiatives. And we're going to talk about inclusive and sustainable proposals, where cities and citizens take center stage through the cultural and creative industries, meaning well-being. It's going to be a dynamic event. This means time is precious, so I would really appreciate, and I think we will all really appreciate, that everyone that's taking the stage today sticks to their time so we can listen to everyone and watch everything that's going to happen here. And this dynamic event is going to mix conferences with illustrative and demonstrative examples of what these industries are capable of. To this end, this 2-day event is going to be divided in 4 different areas. Now we're starting with Axis 1, innovation in the cultural and creative industries, and in particular with a culture and creativity-driven European innovation ecosystem. Please welcome to this stage Harald Hartung, head of unit, first of all, you're going to, excuse me if I say bad the names are a little bit complicated. Thank you. Welcome Harald Hartung, head of unit at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission.
Thank you very much. Well done with the name. Dear guests of honor, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by thanking the Spanish EU presidency for this initiative. This event comes timely as cultural and creative industries are gaining recognition as catalysts for economic growth, for social cohesion, and for the promotion of our European values. My pre-speakers have set the scene for the cultural and creative sector. What I would like to do in my presentation is to point out to us what we intend to do to create a framework and support which helps the creative sector to flourish. Today and tomorrow you will hear much about the economic impact of the CCIs. To this, let me add the role for our society, which is based on culture as an expression of values, of beliefs, of our ways of living, and of our identities. And this combination makes the culture and creative sector unique. Let me give you a few examples. The European capitals of culture, I think a notion which is quite well known to this city here, highlight the cultural richness in Europe. They contribute to a sense of belonging, and they mobilize the entire cultural sector of a region. They raise a budget of some 60 to 100 million and attract some 5 to 10 million visitors each. The increase in the GDP per capita of the winning capitals is estimated at some 4.5%. One of the most striking examples from overseas is the strategic support the US government has given for almost 100 years to its film industry, not just for the economic growth of a sector, but to project US culture and the American way of life around the world. And the third element and the third example I want to give is what we have witnessed yesterday at the opera in Barcelona, La Gata Perduda, this striking and impressive project, and a commercial, by the way. It has been financed by the Horizon 2020 program, where the professionals and the non-professionals work together, where the professionals bring in the skills and the non-professionals open up new views the ones who do it professionally might not have at the first sight. The combination of the cultural content with innovation and high economic performance makes these CCIs unique for prosperity and well-being in Europe. And this is the reason why we support and foster this sector. Up to the year 2020, our support in research programs has been rather anecdotal. But with the taking office of the von der Leyen Commission in 2019 and its priorities, an economy that works for the people and a European way of life, this has changed. We are investing some 110 millions already now in this area. Let me give you two examples of what that means. One such research topic is traditional crafts for the future. With this, we want to revitalize and valorize traditional crafts by combining them with new technologies and a digital advancement. Another such topic is a world-leading European video game innovation system. By this, we want to make the EU a world leader in video game innovation, and we want to create a spillover from this sector to other sectors of our economy. And we're happy to see that what we have done so far starts bearing fruits. But we also realize that it takes more to create impact at a European level. We need to build up a critical mass of all kinds and sizes of CCIs. We need to adopt a holistic approach. And we need to follow this process from the beginning of research to its full implementation of new systems of support. This is the challenge for the years to come. So what does this mean in concrete terms? The cornerstone in this is the creation of a cultural and creative-driven European ecosystem, what we call the collaborative CCI platform. Through this, we want to establish and develop a network for and with the creative and cultural sector. We want to forge evidence-based and prioritized recommendations. We want to foster cooperation of all kinds and sizes of CCIs. We want to create a business-friendly economic and legislative environment. And last but not least, we want to engage our citizens in actively participating in building up a creative enterprise, creative institutions, and a creative general atmosphere. These are the challenges our colleagues from the EQIP project, which will be launched today, have taken up. And we feel honored and proud that this launch can take place at this President's Conference here in Barcelona. And now let me move to the last point of my presentation on how to create concrete and lasting economic and societal impact through the cultural and creative sector. One of the main challenges in our EU research is that many research results do not make it to the market. And they do not create sufficient economic or societal impact. We call this gap the valley of death. This is mainly due to the fact that with the last research results deliverables of a project, the EU funding stops. And often after the end of the EU funding, the project consortia dissolve and engage into other activities. By this, we miss out on the last mile to impact, and many of the good projects' results end up sitting on a shelf with no further follow-up. To overcome this deficiency, we now have a window of opportunity. Our projects will produce a wealth of knowledge and mobilize all sorts and sizes of CCIs. Our CCI platform, through the EQIP team, will provide a digital space for networking. It will present relevant data analysis and monitor trends and policy recommendations. It will produce aggregate data and knowledge, which it will transfer to the policymakers and the CCIs. The CCI platform and the newly established EIT KIC for culture and creativity will, from the very beginning onwards, establish close cooperation. And later this morning, we will hear more about this. And the European Institute of Technology KIC for culture and creativity will then focus on transforming research findings and input from the CCI's platform into cutting-edge ventures and innovative products and services. With its 6 regional hubs, it will integrate culture and the creative sector into regional and local development strategies. With a budget of some 200 million, it counts to leverage some 600 million of investment into this sector over the next 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let me end with a striking example of what strategic support to creatives can lead to. In 1986, 6 young designers from the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp jumped into a van and headed for the renowned British designer show in London. As they were placed on a small space at the top floor, none of the potential buyers went to, they simply printed and distributed simple flyers to attract customers. And the buyers of Bloomingdale's, Barney's, and Liberties of London, as well as the press, got very excited about these newcomers. On the second day of that show, they already had signed fat contracts with some of the biggest renowned companies. These young designers became known as the Antwerp Six and revolutionized the international fashion scene. The Antwerp Six and their successors successfully launched their own labels like Dries van Noten or Anne de Meulemeester and produced for renowned brands like Prada, Dior, and Versace. Today, it is already the second and third generation of Belgian fashion designers who influenced the international fashion scene, with Belgium as a hotspot for creative and individualistic design. But this did not happen only by chance. At the beginning of this development was the Belgian textile plan of the early 1980s to redress the suffering textile production and linking fashion with identity and creativity. A decisive factor has been the quality of the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp and the strategic approach of its charismatic director, Linda Lopper, who headed this institute for some 25 years. The combination of professionalism through traditional craftsman skills and a distinct signature through developing identity and individualism of the students have contributed to the long-standing success of this initiative. We cannot copy or transfer one-to-one what has made the success of this fashion adventure. But we can, in our future work, identify and analyze such factors of success, and through new combinations of knowledge, foster innovation. This leads me to the famous quote of Thomas Alva Edison about innovation. He said that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Our tasks will be to create favorable conditions to get through the 99% perspiration to reach this 1% inspiration and make it flourish for our economies and our societies. Thank you.
Well, our next participants probably found that 1% inspiration when they founded EQIP. EQIP is a European cultural and creative industries innovation policy platform that aims to develop innovation policies for the cultural and creative industries. These new policies are needed to support ecosystems in the sector with better access to funding and incubators. Please welcome Charlotte Lorenz-Hjorth, coordinator of the project from Lund University in Sweden, and Zora Jaurova, producer, culture, and creative industries expert and partner of EQIP. Welcome.
Hello. Nice to be here, and especially nice to be in Barcelona, as been mentioned, the cultural capital above all, and a city where the creatives really drive innovation. I'm Charlotte, and this is Zora. We are partners since the 1st of June, running the EQIP collaborative platform. I come from the University of Lund in southern Sweden, and Zora comes from the city of Bratislava in Slovakia. I have a background from running and developing innovation ecosystems. And Zora, she personifies the cultural and creative industries, being a film producer and an industry expert. So we're a good combination. Together with 70 partners, so it's not only us, and 48 networks and growing, we are developing the EQIP together. A policy recommendation engine fostering innovation for the culture and creative industries. Thank you. Neat. I don't know what to stand.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Before we will introduce to you this project EQIP a little bit more, let me think together with you a little bit about what are the greatest challenges for European future. When I was growing up, my parents were telling me that if I do everything right and I would work hard, my life will be much better than the one they lived. Even though I grew up in communist Czechoslovakia in a dissident family, when the prospects of the future haven't been that great, the future was still offering something better. When now I look at my son, who is sitting somewhere here in the audience, I often catch myself thinking that I hope his future won't be far worse than my life in his age. The future is definitely what it used to be, and even people like me, who are deep believers in progress, sometimes have difficulties to carry on. We are living in the time of simultaneous paradigmatical shifts, and each of them is profoundly changing the way we live, changing everyday life, and this fear from unknown future is very much forming the everyday feelings about the life of European citizens. If we think about what are these greatest challenges then, of course, one of them is the environmental challenge, the green transformation, the necessity to completely change our view of economy and the society. And it is not probably only the fear that we will burn together with the planet, but it's also the fear that it is really necessary to change our lives, to change our lifestyle, to change everything we do every day. And that's also not very easy, and a lot of people are frustrated by that. The second one is the digital shift, the digital transformation, the imminence of the multiple realities. They somehow fall on the top of the classic analog one. And of course, one of the challenges it offers is opportunity for completely new time of economic growth, for new economic opportunities, and for more competitiveness of Europe on the global market. But on the other hand, there is a lot of people who feel left behind to those changes, who feel excluded from these opportunities. And this is also where the frustration and the fear from the future comes from. And that leads me to the third challenge I would like to mention here. And it's something we probably didn't think we will have to talk about, because it's something which is a foundation of European life and of European identity, and that's the democracy. And it's more and more apparent than with the influx of the disinformation and fake news. The fight for the democracy and the fight against the populism and authoritarian tendencies will be probably the biggest fight we will have to win in the coming years. It looks like a pretty gloomy picture. However, what can we do about it? And there is a lot we can do about it. And for me, all the solutions starts with the fact that we have to recognize that all these challenges are primarily cultural challenges. They are primarily challenges that needs cultural change. It needs the change of the lifestyle. It needs the change of the way we consume and exploit the world around us. And it needs the change of the way we perceive and manage the multiple realities we live in. And of course, it's also a challenge of having the right cultural narratives which would protect the democracy. And that's why we are deeply convinced that culture and creativity and cultural and creative industries are enormous and still have enormous and still underused potential to drive innovation in green digital transformation, but also they are very strong in helping to fight disinformation and protect democracies. And that is why we actually created this project EKIP, because we believe that once this potential of cultural and creative industries to actually form the better future, to actually form the future we are not afraid of, is great, and when supported by the good policies, it can create a vision and the reality of better and brighter future for Europe. So here is our project EKIP, a network providing a policy engine for cultural and creative industries in Europe.
Yeah, and with the EKIP, we aim to achieve 3 outcomes that was also mentioned before here. A meta-network of networks, a policy recommendation engine. It's not working? No? Okay. A CC-driven and inclusive innovation ecosystem. We will establish a broad-based meta-network feeding the policy engine with policy areas to process. And through the meta-network, we will also support collaboration between the creatives and the non-creatives, building a pan-European network together. We will create this network-centered policy engine that keeps generating policy recommendations, driving the creatives' participation in open innovation processes. The 17 partners of EKIP bring specific competences to the collaborative process, the engine, of formulating policies. And more than 40 networks across Europe, you saw in the animation, has been from the start been engaged in the EKIP project, and they will give us data on relevant policy areas to process. And here we will also work with AI to give the process relevant input. The data is then analyzed and prioritized and further processed and published in an observatory, and then brought to the policy lab. In the policy lab, the policy recommendations are produced, iterated, tested in partner cities, and we plan to run 15 such processes. That's why we're calling it an engine. To implement the policies, the final step handles scaling of the activities and communication, so we make sure that these find their ways out into the ecosystems. With the policy recommendation, we will support ecosystems to include the creatives to also strengthen their capacity for knowledge and technology-driven innovation, speeding up radical and transformative innovation processes. By strengthening collaboration between the creatives and other sectors, the platform will contribute to the growth of CCI inclusive innovation ecosystems. Our baseline for the work is that open innovation needs to become a standard practice to speed up this transformation and innovation processes. It can be done with unique characteristics of the creatives that consist of numerous small, expert, and unique content producers. By embracing open innovation, these companies can collaborate and pool their expertise, creating radically new solutions, also in collaboration with large corporations. The spillover effect, a result of cross-innovation, highlights the significance of open innovation. When different sectors and industries collaborate and exchange ideas, there is a potential for unexpected and fruitful cross-pollination. A model called LEAPed will be used to follow the effect of the policies in ecosystems and support collaboration between the ecosystems.
So since we believe with really good policies, the Europe can globally lead the transformation, and with the help of cultural and creative industries, it can be boosted. It's very important to highlight the European dimension of the project. As it was already said here, this is the EU flagship initiative, which should provide a new vision for cultural and creative industries and their ability to shape the European future. And it also should provide a centralized platform for growing number of projects in cultural and creative industries. They are funded by Horizon, and they are aimed to support innovation and research. The other important feature of the project is that it has a lot of potential also to serve as a main content contributor for culture and creativity program of European Institute of Technology and Innovation, which is now growing, especially by sharing knowledge research, by sharing knowledge, by sharing research findings, and mainly the policy recommendations. And we actually want the project to become an accelerator of culture and creativity-driven innovation in Europe, also in other areas, so it can provide not only economic innovation, but also social innovations and creating a better, more resilient society.
Just a reminder of our engine before we come into an example. It's a premiere to show, of course, as we started.
So, yeah, please.
Yeah. So giving one example of a policy area, and the transition from fast to slow fashion is one of those. Within the Union, the textile consumption ranks 4th in terms of environmental and climate impact, making it a priority. New laws and regulations are coming at EU level, the right to repair, and rules to make producers responsible for the full textile life cycle. New legislations within the EU, as in this fashion and textile case, is a real driver for innovation, and where the collaborative policy engine can function as a catalyzer. It can be used to create policy recommendations that support the development of, for instance, labeled and traceable textiles. To achieve radical shifts, such as the transition from fast to slow fashion, we need a comprehensive approach that also pave the way for the creative competences in all phases of the fashion value chain to create the really radically new. In essence, it's about looking at innovation, new ways so that more actors can benefit from innovation support. At the current structure setup, it's often difficult for the creatives industries to access existing support. We need new policies that enable financing and access to facilities, experimentation labs, for a wider range of innovation projects and actors, and to support the interaction between knowledge and business, small and large companies, research and society. It requires open innovation and cross-innovation policies and strategies to shift a value chain like the fashion one, and at the same time, so it will boost local jobs. In this case, we need to support cross-innovation in areas like material science and design, localized on-demand production, recycling in collaboration with cities, digitalization and smart logistics, e-commerce and new retail experiences. So there's a lot of inclusive areas to be able to shift fashion. Ecosystems are like good societies and environments where entrepreneurs, startups and companies, creators and researchers, students strive to collaborate. And with the flow and interaction of ideas and knowledge, technology and information between people, companies and institutions is key for successful innovation processes. With the KEEP platform, we will create policy recommendations to push and intervene when there's a market failure, when the current systems are failing to address the challenges.
So, just to sum it up, what we want to do is just to equip Europe with all the potential cultural and creative industries offer for its future. Just to repeat what was said, we are trying to establish a robust network of the cultural and creative industries. We aim to generate really well-founded and prioritized policy recommendations for the EU policies. They can be used in the framework of the Green Deal, digital regulations, the new ethical frameworks of artificial intelligence, and all kind of other industrial and even other policies. But most of all, what we are trying to do is to establish an ecosystem of ecosystems which somehow supports the collaboration between existing ecosystems, which creates policy recommendations to intervene where we see the market failure or when the current measures are not working in favor of addressing the challenge. And by developing good policies, by leveraging universities as brain tanks, by utilizing cities as transformational laboratories, and fostering collaboration within the existing networks, we can bring out quite quick results within the horizons of months and years, and reshape the European landscape, not only in the field of cultural and creative industries. So, as the classic said in our presentation, it looks a little bit messy, but it's a very delicate ecosystem, which definitely will work. I think culture and creativity is here, so we don't have to be afraid of the future. The future can be the one we welcome, and I believe we can make it together for Europe and for my son who is sitting here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you. Yeah, let's not be afraid of the future, I guess, right? Projects like this at least make me hopeful that there is people that want progress and clean progress as well. And the next video also shows that it is an example of a project funded under Horizon 2020 that has been developed over the last few years. I am very pleased to present Disseny, which means developing inclusive and sustainable creative economies. This is a 3-year project which aim was not only to understand the Europeans' creative economies, but to help shape their future. Let's watch it.
This short video presents some selected clips prepared to the final event of the European Bauhaus Research Project in 2022. DISC stands for Developing Inclusive and Sustainable Creative Economies. Please visit our website disc.eu for more details and research reports. The following video clips open up our DISC research approach and some exemplary findings of 2 work packages, namely Work Package 4 on Business Models and Innovation and Work Package 5 on Rethinking Growth and Cultural Development. DISCO research we ask, what are inclusive and sustainable creative economies, and how can they be developed? To answer the questions, we have applied DISCO approach, which combines robust statistical analysis, in-depth regional case studies, and active co-creation with stakeholders. Through robust statistical analysis, we create new and more sensitive indicators to portray creative economies in Europe. The results also feed in our regional case studies. In DISCO, our joint innovation is the regional case study methodology through which we have developed rich understanding of the creative economies across Europe. We wanted to focus on different types of creative ecologies found around 10 middle-sized European towns. The empirical data consists of personal interviews, workshops, surveys, as well as documentary and statistical data. The rich empirical data have been jointly collected, and the relevant theoretical lenses of each VP have been applied to analyze the data. Importantly, from the very beginning, our DISCO approach has included also a variety of co-creational activities which are applied to validate, communicate, and disseminate our findings among the stakeholders. Consequently, we dare to believe that DISCO challenges the existing understanding of the nature and role of creative economies in Europe.
In VP4, our interest lies in supporting inclusive and sustainable value creation in the creative economies. This means looking into the ways creative freelancers and entrepreneurs may address different goals. For example, artistic, societal, and monetary goals simultaneously, to do what they love and what is important for them in ways that are also sustainable, enabling at least a decent living, but possibly also pursuing wealth. This involves identifying what are the different values pursued, how they can coexist, and how the potential tensions are resolved. Our findings highlight the need to engage in collective rethinking and remaking of some of the taken for granted beliefs and practices around working for free, for example. The results suggest that it is possible to experiment with new opportunities provided by digitalization and to co-create innovations together with collaborators. The creative communities and networks serve an important role and could be further intensified into joint brands and as pools of joint resources. At the heart of the sustainable creative economies is not only the policy actions, but actions of the public. To what extent do we value creative economies to allocate resources into them in different levels of policymaking, but also as paying customers?
In keeping with Dissen's central question of how the creative economies of the future can be both inclusive and sustainable, Work Package 5 aims to better understand what the growth of creative economies consists of and why and how such growth is valuable. The approach we take seeks to move beyond economic growth and GDP and instead refocus on the role of creative economies in enabling human flourishing through growing people's cultural and creative capabilities, their freedoms to recognise and pursue meaningful and valuable projects. This expansion of creative and cultural capabilities is cultural development. Work Package 5's methodology involves the devising and proof of concept of a cultural development index, a new policy framework and tool to be used at local and regional city levels. This index is based on a new survey, the Creative Opportunities Survey, which has been trialled through focus groups held in 3 cities in the Netherlands and the UK. The Cultural Development Index is being designed to provide both an extensive understanding of the current state of people's cultural opportunities and creative opportunities in particular cities, and an overall index, a measure that can be used to compare and contrast for the purposes of ongoing public deliberation.
As you all know, the activity on CCIs is unstoppable. With the recent creation of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology of Culture and Creativity, the innovation among these industries is further boosted. Please welcome up here Bernd Fessel, CEO of the EIT Culture and Creativity. Welcome. Right there. Yep.
Hello to Barcelona. Thanks for having us. Thanks to the Spanish EU presidency for inviting us. It's a great pleasure to be here in this town, in this ecosystem, and congratulations to this great launch of EKIP. Look forward to working together. So let's understand what is EIT Culture and Creativity. The EIT Culture and Creativity is an innovation and knowledge community of the EIT itself, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We are not another program, but as you heard already, we are a company. We are an investor in impact in the innovation in culture, creative industries. If it's innovation in architecture, fashion, cultural heritage, eco-design, wherever there is a systemic change in our sectors, and you know there are 15, this innovation community can provide a non-stop shop to support innovation. We just started at the beginning of this year. We are just hiring, we are just creating our legal infrastructures, some 7 of them across the whole of Europe. So in fact, we are a startup and we are seed funded by the EIT, and you said it already, over a multi-annual framework up to 200 million euros and possibly more, depending on the performance of this investment company for the impact of creative industries. So what is creative industries? Just to look into it. Again, you heard already here the big numbers, but quite often we are invited now to speak in other sectors, manufacturing, the digital industry, and those big numbers are not impressing there. So I tell this story. You know, just imagine how you came here today. You likely read the news, either in paper or online. You listened to music while commuting, maybe streamed a film. Obviously, we're in a building, you're sitting in designed chairs, sometimes you're even in a cultural heritage building. And while I'm talking, somebody is looking in his iPhone and mobile and using the swipe, the cover flow interface design invented by the Arts University in London. So here again, it is creative industries. So you can go to work maybe without a car or without a bike, but you can never do it without culture, creative industries. You use it every day, every hour, and most often even every minute. As much as our sector is ultra present in daily life, as much as often overlooked because it's so easy to use. So this is the setting we are in, and we are so grateful to see this innovation community now coming and starting. Just in this time, where the green transition calls for so many changes in so many sectors to have an impact for the green transition. So while we applied and started this consortium with some 50 partners, it is a growing community in the future. We invite you, from next year on to join, to build this innovation ecosystem and to participate in defining the focus, the agendas, the programs, the budgets on where to invest in the impact of our sector. What we do. We support innovation in the field of talents and education, in the field of breakthrough innovations, if it's social innovation, artistic innovation, or business innovation. We support the creation of companies, but also its scaling, as well as the social innovation, social cohesion. So I think Harald said it, it's a holistic approach to innovation. And this one-stop shop is a Swiss Army knife to go along the whole value chain to support innovation to have an impact. Because if you have only a great company without talents, it won't work. If you have only talents without investment, it won't work. So here you have a holistic support scheme. While you go maybe in a city or in a government to different ministries to get education support from the one ministry and to get business support from the others, here you have one partner to talk to and to receive funding and apply. Our support schemes are structured along 5 strategic objectives. In each of them, you find different calls which are published. So the investments we are doing are done by an open, transparent call system. You find it in the EU tendering portal. And we launched already the first round of calls with some 10 million euros, and more than 1,000 institutions participated in those calls. So we see really this ecosystem support is being used and has been needed. We have, besides the funding of projects to bring them into market in those 5 strategic objectives of education, business creation and society, we focus also on 4 flagship projects. I just want to take out here the topic of the renaissance, of having an overall narrative to bring together and tell the story across all sectors, across all nations of those change makers, which are underway since many years. Many of them are sitting here, like Ars Electronica I'm seeing here. This is happening. And while it is happening, it's so often overseen. So to create a story, to unite this and to show the impact of our sectors is so important. We support also policymakers to implement innovative policies. And here the collaboration with EKIP is so ideal, starting in the same year. We look forward to your impact and impulses and research on that, while we take this last mile at the end of the Valley of Death to put it into action. We're bringing together policymakers from local and regional levels to design calls where cities and regions and rural communities can apply for funding to be innovative in policies but also in procurement. We see it here in Barcelona, how well procurement and city spending has been tuned to be innovative for this city. By investing into design buildings like this, these Innovation Quarter 22 here, and those are role models for the future. And so I'm also really proud to say that we're also already in a dialogue with the city of Barcelona, with Xavia, and we're having here one of our regional centers, and we're also looking forward to build a strategic cooperation with Barcelona to co-invest in the future of this urban development by culture and creativity. Now I spoke of investment. And as told you, we are an impact investor in the creative industries. So when you heard those phrases, investment, what does it really mean? What is behind the buzzword? And this slide shows you that we are building a structure in the coming years to educate investors in the private sector, if it's business angels, if it's venture capitalists, to understand our sector better, not to see it as a risk, but as an opportunity to invest. But at the same time, investment is also philanthropic investments. It is citizen and community-based investment. It is syndicates, as it's used, this term, in the investment area. So investment reaches here from the profit commercial-driven to the non-profit philanthropic-based investment to support also the very different stakeholders in the creative industries. If it's a public library, to be a social innovation hub driven by culture, or if it's a games company trying to scale globally. So again, here the investment approach is a holistic one, reflecting the needs of our sector. They're very much like the slide saying, wow, it's messy, this ecosystem, but it needs management of diversity and also the respect of these differences to unleash all potentials of those investments in the creative industries. So now you heard our programs, we are a growing partnership, you heard 2 of our flagship projects, the policy investment and also the investment strategy over the years. Now, if you want to participate in the next months, you find on our website also these dates. We are launching a call to tell this joint story of the next Renaissance, so please be invited to join this at the Ars Electronica, and then later in the year we will publish also the opportunity to join this knowledge and innovation community and work with us for the next years. And working with the next years, building this company and the startup has not a duration. This company is there to be created forever. So our ambition is really also on this long timeline, to build ecosystemic changes, to have an ambition to make our sector a game changer for the green, digital, and social transitions. So please be invited to join us. We are here with many partners. Please contact us, and we look forward to working with you. And last but not least, I think we all owe a great thanks to the European institutions who made this innovation community possible exactly in this time. The European Parliament, the European Commission, the European member states in the trilogue negotiations, unforgotten how many member states supported to have this. So I ask you for a big applause for all those supporters, otherwise this would not be possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Film, audiovisual, music, cultural game jams, and other cultural projects are represented in the next 4 projects to be shown: Disseny+, EPIC+, Fair Muse, and Crescine. I invite Iago Fernández Cedrón, researcher at the Visual Telecommunications Application Group of the Polytechnic University of Madrid and partner of the Disseny+ project, to briefly take the stage.
Thank you.
The same to Josep Maria Folk, consultant at key EA support roles in research, project management, and communication in diverse project and partner of EPIC+. We will also watch 2 videos of Fair Muse and Crescine. Thank you, guys.
So thank you very much for your presentation. As we've been presented, we represent Disseny+. Disseny+, we aim to lead new distribution models for the creative industries. In this new world where Web3 is engaging, we believe that these new distribution model and business models are key for the growth of the creative industries. So let's make creative content distribution fair. So we empower creators and communities through new digital distribution models, as I said, based on these digital tokens. We aim to content creators to find new forms of creation and distribution with Web3. We believe that blockchain and NFTs will be the future of the creative industries. But these tools are now very hard to use for the creatives, and we also will give them the new tools to create these new forms of creations. And also, we believe that DAOs will be the way they engage with their communities, and we are studying how this will work. Disseny+, we are researching on these new business models, and this will involve everyone in the value chain, from creators, makers, and collectors. And also will help with the intellectual property rights because of the blockchain legal transparency layer. This will be a great advance in the management of that intellectual property right using this technology. So we are at the first year of the project. We've made all the research on the actual business models and how to involve our communities into this a new Web3 ecosystem. At the end of this year, we will have a platform ready to test our research and let our communities to play around with this. Thank you very much.
Hello. Well, so in my case, I'm coming here to present EPIC-WE, our research and innovation action, which stands for empowering participation through ideating cultural worlds and environments. And of course, as in every long subtitle, there is a solid premise to build from. And in our case, is the idea that games are culture and that making games is also making culture. So when preparing this presentation, I asked myself as well, what part of my culture are games and what games are part of my culture? AI gave me this answer, which is an image of charranca, a traditional game in Catalonia consisting of jumping around in the street, but in this case, the lines were painted by artist Joan Miró. But it's more complex than this because our vision is to innovate and advance in three related areas: game making, cultural making, and research making for the sake of achieving our vision, which is youth as the future culture makers and game makers. When I mean game making, is not only treating games as culture, but also to express them through cultural languages. And finally, to make games for cultural-driven issues. Cultural making involves the creation of a new cultural cooperation model to produce our innovation and our research, and also to execute and develop our own concept of the cultural game jams, where the EPIC-WE games will be created. Finally, research making involves the establishing of a new partnerships within our cultural model, involving the CCIs, citizens, cultural heritage institutions, and also universities to produce innovation. So when we learned the name of this conference, it very much resonated with us because this is exactly what EPIC-WE is trying to do, which is to foster innovation, to foster development, to foster participation by unlocking the potential of culture. In our case, in the field of game making. So we will do this, of course, with the help of our amazing consortium, established around 3 local hubs in the Netherlands, Denmark, and Portugal, and also supported by a global hub between Belgium and Italy. And well, now I will leave you with a little video from our project coordinator, Professor Rieke Toft from Aarhus University, which will explain a little bit more the expected outcomes of the project. Thank you very much. Let's see if this works.
Hello from Denmark. My name is Rieke Toft Nørgaard. I'm an associate professor at Aarhus University and the coordinator of the EPIC-WE project. So sorry I can't be with you today, but I'll try in this very short video to tell you a little bit about the aim and intended outcomes of the project. In the project, game making, culture making, and research making are brought together to accomplish the project's ambition, which is to co-create culture and games in cultural hubs with equal partners in research and innovation, to innovate cultural game jams as new formats for game making, culture making, and research making, to deliver cultural hubs as a new cultural innovation model and ecosystem with CCIs and CHIs, and to empower cultural creative citizens, that is, youth as culture makers and game makers. So to deliver on this vision and ambition, EPIC-WE will research and develop new core concepts for this: the quadruple helix cultural innovation model, cultural hubs, cultural game jams and design kits, the concept of games through and for culture, and the perspective on seeing game making as culture making. So, EPIC-WE vision, ambition, and core concepts will be put to the test and evaluated throughout the project, resulting in new ecosystems, 3 hubs, 12 game jams, 4 design kits, 360 youth coming together to make 84 games. All outcomes and products of the project will be openly published under the Creative Commons during the project on the EPIC-WE resource site. Joseph Marie Falk from CARE European Affairs and Rasmus Vincent Cherning from Creative Business Network are part of the project and with you today. And so please do grab them if you want the slides, have any questions, are curious to know more, or just share coffee with these two amazing partners. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you a lot.
Much. And well, yeah.
I'm a bio professor in law and innovation at Católica Global School of Law in Lisbon. I am the principal investigator and coordinator of a Horizon Europe project named Fair Muse. The title is Promoting Fairness of the Music Ecosystem in a Platform-Dominated and Post-Pandemic Europe. That's why the acronym is Fair Muse. The emphasis of our project is on fairness in an environment in which music creation is increasingly dependent on a number of factors that are created by music platforms, especially social media, the user-generated content platforms, and music streaming services. Our project is characterized by the coexistence of several hubs of expertise and research, first of which is law and policy, in which we look mostly at copyright law and how to advance the enforcement and the recognition of music right holders' prerogatives, also from an antitrust perspective, looking at whether or not antitrust can be a remedy against the dominance and the potential abuses of dominant position by actors like YouTube or Spotify. Then this has to be seen in light of the results of the investigation. We have a second hub that is mostly economics, and so the analysis of the business models of platforms and why the evaluation of music creation has changed so much with the advent of music platforms, for which data seems to be more important than content itself in the way the value is being created. Last but not least, we will evaluate through a group of data scientists and IT experts the influence of algorithms on music consumption. So we have three-pronged project in which 7 universities, 1 think tank, 2 industry representatives, including a collecting society and a communication agency, will try to provide a number of results at the end of the 3 years of the project. One is a sort of music copyright infrastructure in which we want to encourage collecting societies and in general licensors of music rights to create a data sharing model that helps creators on one hand and platforms to share more freely in a more interoperable way the data concerning remuneration management and the ownership of creative works. At the same time, through our scientists, we want to create 2 demonstrators, one of which is the music data dashboard that aims at organizing some data and sources and statistics that in a way that helps understand the threats that platforms bring to the music value, broadly defined. Last but not least, a fairness score that will ultimately help artists understand, at least in Europe, what is the platform, what is the music platform where their rights and especially their expectation to be fairly remunerated is treated in the best way. Last but not least, we will also try to deliver a white paper where we will give policymakers and lawmakers at both European level and national level suggestions based on the analysis that we will do in the next 3 years.
Great. So after a very intense and interesting first part of Axis 1, we are going to have a deserved break. I'll see you here in 20 minutes.
Good evening, my fellow Americans.
much innovation and
Hola, hola, ¿se me oye? Sí. Wow, increíble, ¿no? I'm still amazed. I watched the rehearsals yesterday, I'm still today. I mean, talk about technology in service of the body and of art. Just in case you were wondering, probably you figured it out already, every sound was actually generated by her. She had like sensors here in her wrists and her ankles, so I mean, wow, I'm a fan. Anyway, yeah. So we have to continue, and please welcome Angelo Giokas, coordinator of the Premier project.
Hello. Thank you very much, Muriel and Daniel Pablo. They are colleagues from the Instituto Stokos. So I will talk very briefly about the Premier project, which is what you saw. It is one of our use cases. So the general context and goal of Premier is performing arts with a focus on theater and dance and new technologies with a focus on virtual reality and artificial intelligence. The main goals is the use of technology to first enable a new form of creation and arts, and part of what you saw is this, but also we consider a new form of collaborations that can be done in a remote setting, so that we can enhance the creative process across Europe. This is the one axis. One important thing also is the accessibility. How we can allow people that do not have the possibility to attend physical performances due to either health, distance, or economic reasons, how we can make the arts more accessible to them, how we can increase the visibility of the European culture across Europe and beside Europe with the use of new technologies. And last but not least, how we can use technology to understand our culture using AI and VR tools. We have 4 main showcases. The first is regarding archives, how we can use existing performing arts archives to unlock new knowledge and promote our culture. The second is how we can make live performances using these technologies to provide enhanced experiences and also accessibility, as I mentioned before, how we can facilitate the creative process by providing collaboration tools, and final, how we can curate the new performances, how we can store a new performance in the sense that we don't lose our newborn cultural heritage. We are a project that we started last October, so we are, let's say, in the quite beginning, but I'm very happy to see that we already have very nice things to demonstrate. We will be open to outreach activities in the next period. So we will combine the project meetings with outreach activities to engage the public with our project. So next meeting will be in Amsterdam. Between 19th and 21st of September, we will have open workshops and activities for the general public. And on March in Madrid, we still don't have a certain a date. You can follow us so that you get updates. And thank you very much for being here and hosting us.
Thank you. So let's continue talking about innovation and surprises. Let's call the group presented by Matthias Hauser, General Manager Media Solution of the Baden-Württemberg Center in Germany. Let's listen to them, because I'm pretty sure you're not going to regret it. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning or good afternoon, depends on you, after this fantastic open event at the Liceo Opera House. Thanks to the organization Fundación Española para la Ciencia y Tecnología, special to Adeline Marcos Talva, and thank you for inviting us. My name is Matthias Hauser. I am the General Manager of the Media Solutions Center, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to our panel discussion, The Next Renaissance. The Next Renaissance is the flagship initiative from the EIT Culture and Creativity. You just heard our director, Bernd Fesel, and I would like personally say many thanks and many congratulations to Bernd for his vision and power to set up this great initiative, The Next Renaissance. Bravo, Bernd. Also, I would like to say a warmly welcome to Daria Tatai from Tatai Innovation. She's on our supervisory board in IT and so helpful, and we're so happy that you're on board. Thank you, Daria. So now I would like to welcome our partners from the Next Renaissance. We have here Ars Electronica, Veronika Liebel. Welcome, Veronika. Hello. Hello. Then WAG Institution, Marlene Sticker. Territory Agency, John Palmesino. CKM, Center of Art and Media, Karlsruhe, the new director, Alistair Hudson. Thank you. From the High Performance Computing Center, HRS Stuttgart, we have here Uwe Wössner from the Department Visualization. And later we have Bastian Koller, also our General Manager of the HRS. And nuestros amigos, la Fundación Épica, la Fuga del Baus, con Fran Iglesias. Gracias.
Matthias? Yeah. Thank you, I need that. So I have the pleasure to start today. My name is Veronika. I'm actually working with Ars Electronica since many, many years. Ars Electronica is a culture organization based in Linz, Austria. We are working since many years really on the effects of the digital revolution, actually since 1979. And we share really a common interest in all kinds of transdisciplinary activities on the crossing of art, science, technology, and society, everything which is between, everything which is beyond. If you bring up my slides, here we go, thanks. A quick introduction also on who we are. Because we are actually working in the projects we are doing, really also on building competencies, on driving new ideas and visions throughout the world with partners, artists, designers, creative professionals, very much also technologists and researchers, coders, activists, architects are invited to work together with us on these ideas. Over the years, we have developed actually a creative cycle, something like we call also the creative value chain of culture, really stemming from education over research, content creation, then to distribution. It actually all started with a festival, a really tiny one back 44 years ago. Today, it is an annual gathering at a big art tech hub, really. Once a year, it brings together more than 100,000 people in 5 days and 500 events. And is, of course, a big presentation platform for digital arts, mainly. In all we do, however, we are also convinced that, in particular, digital literacy and increasing and building a profound understanding also of the effects of digital transformation is actually key for our European society. And that's why we are investing quite a lot also in educational activities, in particular in our museum. You see here along the river banks of the Danube, we have a whole floor dedicated to understanding AI with its own machine learning studio. We are bringing this also to schools. We have our own festival university, and we have partnered up also with many universities around the globe.
A lot of the educational activities stem also from our own research lab, the Ars Electronica Future Lab, an R&D lab with 35 multidisciplinary researchers working in the field of AI, robotics, also media architecture, interactive installations, and swarm intelligence. From that, actually, we have also spin-offs, so we offer also our products on the market. We have something what I always call the treasure box of Ars Electronica, because every year we get 4,000 projects in from artists all over the globe in different kinds of categories. And lately, this also became a hub for European prizes. We offer also the European Union Prize for Citizen Science and the STARTS Prize. STARTS stands for Science, Technology and the Arts. And honors innovation, in particular at the nexus of art, science, and technology, really those types of innovation which foster also environmental and social benefits. We actually have the luxury of having one of the STARTS Prize winners with us. He will present his project also later on. I just wanted to give you a short introduction on the scope also of what kind of roles artists can play in collaborative innovation processes, and brought 3 examples very quickly. Of course, we invite artists also to demonstrate the technological effects of the systems they're working on, and what effects that build and that creates also on our environment, also what kind of planetary resources are needed to fuel these systems. And Anatomy of an Eye system, created by Vladan Jola and Kate Crawford, is exactly doing this. It's a large-scale investigation. It's a huge map. You can also look it web-based, and it shows really what it is needed in terms of data, in terms of planetary resources, and also labor to build, operate, and then dispose one Amazon Echo unit. So it shows really these hidden dimensions of infrastructure and technology, what is usually beyond the surface. But actually cannot only highlight, artists cannot only highlight these hidden structures, they can also make us aware how technology should be used, also in terms of governance systems and the way we monitor these systems. And actually this is in event of moon disaster. You should watch the video. Actually, it shows where President Nixon mourns the loss of those who have landed on the moon. Of course, soon you realize this is fake. This is actually a synthesized video based on a contingency speech he gave before. It actually created also a whole pool of activities the artists are doing on information campaigns around disinformation and deep fakes, showing also a responsible use of technologies and how these systems need to be monitored. Of course, artists can also drive, sorry, you should watch the video yourself. Of course, artists can also actually create innovation. And here I brought an example which I choose really because it is all over media currently, with the use or the potential use of cluster munition. V-Frame, a collective, actually started a computer vision technology. They developed this technology, they also deployed this technology to identify specific human rights violations in war zones, in particular when illegal cluster munition, cluster bombs were used. They deployed different kinds of technologies. They used this on large scales of data sets, in particular from video archives, to really highlight or showcase where these illegal actions were taking place, and shared this then also worldwide. Those are just three examples. I mean, there is a huge range. I highly invite you, of course, to Ars Electronica from September 6th to September 10th this year, where we will present many more activities, also start, again, a call for the next Renaissance, and I think we will also connect to that afterwards in the discussions. Thanks so much.
I'm John Palmisino, and I am one of the directors of Territorial Agency. And we are a small organization, and we help other organizations through advocacy, driven by architecture, art, technology, and science, to check where we are. Oh. Does it play? There. I'm going to show you very quickly one of these projects. It started actually at ZKM many years ago when we opened a project we were doing with Greenpeace about how to keep oil in the ground. And Francesca Thyssen-Bonamica, who is a fantastic innovator in the arts, came to us and said, where's the ocean? Help us put the ocean in the art world as a space of advocacy. And so what we did was really to develop a multi-year research project with TBA 21 to think how to transform an art organization into an advocacy organization for the safeguarding of the ocean. The key element is that the oceans are a sensorium that registers the transformation of the earth, inscribes in its circulations the activities of life on the planet, and it's now driven into a complex system of rapid transformation, largely driven by what Peter Haff, the paleontologist and engineer, calls the technosphere. It also inscribes back into the life patterns its own transformation. So it's really a media system, and the project is to bring together the multiple groups of scientists, research centers, activist groups, native populations, and artists to bring them together and start seeing where there are different notions of the transformation that are occurring in the ocean are overlapping, where there are gaps, where there are big fault lines in the understanding. We all know that the ocean is one, but they are actually multiplied by the different and the multiplicity of research interest, investment funds that constantly scatter and reorganize the horizons of the oceans into a system that is barely manageable in terms of discernment. So what we did was to create, with TBA 21 in Ocean Space, which is a large space in Venice, in the old church of San Lorenzo, a diplomatic space, a space for public diplomacy driven by arts, where the different groups would come together, driven by these visualizations that we put together using data organized by the scientists and collected by the scientists through multiple sensors, orbiting in the sky, at the level of the waves, under the waves, at the bottom of the ocean, and trying to bring together these spaces, create a space where we had to build a common notion of what to take care of. And what appears, of course, is that the diplomatic encounter that is driven by our practice is a situation where nobody knows in advance what they want to hold on to. They need to create constantly this notion of possible dialogue, possible encounters with other notions of the ocean. And it creates really a condition of multiple debates, dialogue, and interest in the oceans. The question for us is really how to put forward, in collaboration with scientists, a new notion of the Anthropocene ocean. I'm sure that in the morning you all were as anxious as many of us were in understanding what was the outcome of the vote yesterday of the Anthropocene Working Group. Where is the golden spike? Where is the defining moment of the Anthropocene? And yesterday, our friends at the Anthropocene Working Group decided that the moment of transition of our planet, driven by humanity, is in a remote space at the bottom of a lake in Canada. A space that is apparently untouched, but where there are traces of radioactive plutonium driven by the nuclear explosions and tests. So what is the Anthropocene ocean? It's a sensorium. It's a sensorium that is not that space of the other, where we all come out from. It's a space that is completely enmeshed in our technosphere, the new dimension, the colossus of technology that has now become a planetary system. It's what keeps humanity alive. It's made up of all the elements that we eat: fish, plantations, farms, the energy structures that sustain our lives, and all the information structures. That means, of course, data, but also organizations like CCIs, or the European Union, unions of laborers, activist organizations. All of this has now become a larger structure that interacts with what we used to call the world system, the space of coherence of markets, systemic notions of inclusion and exclusion, discourses that justify and guarantee diversity and also inequality, and their systemic counterparts. So territorial agency is, I think, really interested in the notion of the new Renaissance, because we are now in a situation where, as in the first Renaissance of the Arab world, the music-led Renaissance, and as in the second Renaissance of Italy, driven by vision, we are now in a new situation where art and science are joining in using the same instruments to face the complex upheaval. So this is a moment of looking forward to an incredible possibility where art and science are in deep dialogue in reshaping how we consider how to live safely and at peace on one planet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. I'm Alistair Hudson, and I'm the new Scientific Artistic Director of ZKM in Karlsruhe, in the south of Germany, in the region of Baden-Württemberg. ZKM, just as a bit of an introduction, it basically stands for the Zentrum for Kunst und Medientechnology, so art and science and technology working together. And it was created at the end of the 80s, really as part of a strategic program in Baden-Württemberg, as it was growing or proposing itself as the new Silicon Valley of Germany, to have a center where you could convene arts and science together, to develop that ecology and develop that know-how and cognitive diversity that would expand the technologies, expand the cultural way of living for the people of the region. It's a converted munitions factory from the First World War, and ironically now is a center for production rather than destruction. And I now have the charge to really take it onto its next chapter after the first two directors, Peter Weibel, who sadly passed away in March, who was there for 24 years, and before him, Heinrich Klotz, who really began with proposing ZKM as the new digital Bauhaus. This was where basically the world of creativity comes together with the world of technology in order to make a better world, to put this in shorthand. Currently at the moment, we have a manifestation of the collaborations we're talking about here with a major exhibition which runs until early next year called Renaissance 3.0, which, picking up from what John was talking about, really proposes itself as a base camp for the next journey as we go on into some kind of new Renaissance, picking up the threads from the Arabian Renaissance, 800 to 1200, and the Italian Renaissance, about 1500 to 1700. And really this presents artists and scientists collaborating together to develop new threads, to develop new ideas, new propositions for ways we might live, ways we might shape the world. And at the center of this was the idea that Peter Weibel really proposed, which was about science and technology and art working together to produce a pool of tools, basically tooling up society to use the materials around us, the technologies around us, in order to implement change which would be human and planetary centered. And for me, this picks up very closely on the work that I've been doing for the last 10 years with the Cuban artist Tania Bruguera, which is around the idea of arte útil, which I finally get to say in a Spanish context, which is quite nice, but this is the idea of art as a tool, art as a process in creating change. And over the last 10 years, we've been working with collaborators around the world to create the Arte Útil archive, which documents hundreds of case studies of artists, communities, scientists working in creative ways to provide solutions to specific problems in specific places. And this is, for me, a very important aspect of where we go next in the New Renaissance, which is about not internationalism, which is about thinking of this generic collaboration on a planetary scale, but interlocalism, which is about specific places working in specific ways with other geographies. A good example from the archive to kind of illustrate the point is the Congolese Plantation Workers Art League, who operate on the ex-Lever Brothers palm oil plantations in the Congo. And they have been really working with blockchain technology to make NFTs of their traditional arts that were confiscated by the plantation owners and now are in the Western museums. And these NFTs have been sold at Basel Art Fair and on the open market for them to buy back land in order for them to run it and control it and develop sustainable agriculture and sustainable ecosystems in the Congo for the future. And for me, this really speaks a little bit about where we need to go, where I think we need to go next in thinking in terms of what a Renaissance is. The history of both the Arabic and the Italian Renaissance were very geopolitical and specific in those regions. They were complicit with building a power base around the economy, around trade, around power. And even now, this is the map of the plumbing of the World Wide Web. These are the undersea cables connecting a bit with John's world of where the internet structures sit within our planet. And you can see they really follow the old trade routes. They followed the old systems of empire and control. So for me, what's exciting, I think, is about the adoption of new technologies in other geographic zones, and about how we might think about a Renaissance which is decentralized and no longer geospecific, but is in effect connecting with the cosmos, if you like. And this is really a counter to that former image, which is basically data usage of communities using open source mapping systems around the world, which is kind of the opposite of the image that we saw before. So what I'm thinking really about with ZKM is how we can rather be a singular Bauhaus as the Bauhaus of old, which is centralized, empirical, and in the heart of old Europe. How could we rather join in with all our fellow travelers around the world who are using technologies in ground-up ways for societal change that doesn't come from the top, but comes on a small scale, but can grow and evolve and come into common usership. And there I will leave it.
That's me, yeah. Yes, thank you so much. So I'm Marleen Sticker from Waag Society, Waag Future Lab from Amsterdam. And here we are. It's a beautiful old city porch. It's one of the oldest buildings of Amsterdam, and inside there is a biolab and a wet lab and a fab lab. So we can make almost everything. And this is one of our ideas, to if you can't open it, you don't own it. So we need open technologies, open knowledge, to be able to have a say in our futures. So one of the things that we are founded in 1994, so almost 30 years old, started really in the early beginnings of the internet, when the internet was a digital city that I founded, was still a public space, a space which was not commercialized, was not a marketplace. And unfortunately, we forgot to take care of this public space. And in the early 90s, when we made markets of energy and of anything else, we also thought that the internet should be a place for the market, and that the market would give us a beautiful internet. And I think at the moment we are sort of confronted with some problems, minor details maybe, but it's definitely undermining our democracies, undermining our personalhood, our privacies, our strategic autonomy, many, many more. And at the moment there are some very dominant monopolies that are defining the future of AI. So we're not in such a good place there. So I think one of the major contributions that art and culture can make is reclaiming the public, the cultural space, and helping to make technologies more public and more open. Yes, these are some of the way how we think and how we work. So we think you need the artistic research as curiosity-driven research, as something that can go beyond what we think is necessary, is the liminal space where you don't really know what you're entering. I think that's what you share also with scientists. A lot of those curiosity-driven fundamental research scientists and artists share the same sort of moment of non-understanding. It starts with curiosity. And unfortunately, in the Second Renaissance, after the Second Renaissance, these two worlds diverted. But I think what we're experiencing now is that they come together. Secondly, and this is where we feel very, we think it's very important to not just have an experiment or have a new insight, but also start to building up these new practices upon your new insights. So working very closely together with society. So we have a big program called Smart Citizens, where citizen science. So that the knowledge that you gain in the artistic field comes closely and immediately in the society as well, so that you learn together. And also that what you're optimizing for is also based on societal questions of citizens, not just from institutions or from the bigger policies. And the next step, of course, is that you also have to contribute to what transformative is, how to transform. And this whole meeting and this whole event and the whole IIT is about sustainable and just futures. That means that we not just have to think about how technologies can be more safe and just, and that we also understand that technologies are not neutral. They have a huge ecological footprint. So if we think that we save humanity by data and AI, we might also kill it because of the same footprint it has in a sense of ecological effects. And of course, the minerals that goes into the machinery and the hardware, it has a huge impact on the planet. So I always think we have to be very careful in saying that the new technologies will help us. Maybe we have to be also very critical about the technologies itself and try to make them just before we put them into the societies. And I think there is a new triangle here, which helps us to rethink how we solve our problems. And normally the governments go for the public-private partnerships. They go to the market to do something good for society, for individuals, for citizens, or for consumers. But society itself has a very strong organizational structures. There are foundations, there are corporations, there are commons initiatives that can very well contribute to value creation on a non-profit basis. So I think this is really the moment that we have to reconsider public-civic partnerships. And there are not a lot of policy instruments for that. So when we think about procurement, this is definitely a way to go, to think about procurements for public-civic partnerships, because at the moment they are really excluded from this kind of possibilities. I think STARTS will be, you already explained it a little bit, but this is citizen science. I think I'm running out a little bit out of time. And I want to go oh, now I'm too fast. I want to go to the more than planet. I think when we think about this renaissance and the third step that we can make, it's definitely that, and especially listening also to you and the type of research that you have been done, is that humans are not on the top of the pyramid anymore. We have to step down from the idea that we are the most knowledgeable, the most smart, and only artificial intelligence can top us off, which sometimes people even think it has a consciousness, which is really, really strange, that we contribute consciousness to matter. But this is one of the dogmas, one of the paradigms that actually our culture is living by. So if we think about that we as humans have to coexist, and that we are coexisting with other life forms, with other sentient creatures, we also have to realize that we can't just take them for granted. We can't go on with extraction because our planet has boundaries. So we have to choose, and I think we don't only need the tools, we also need the values, to have very explicit values. For example, non-extractive values, that we are not going to extract value from living systems, from other people, from other cultures, by making profits that then ends up in the monopolies that we already have. So if we think about how we can invest in, and how the culture cultural and creative industries can contribute, I think it's also by redefining what we think what economy is and what value creation is. And interesting enough, even on that area, so not just on the planetary notion and the planetary intelligence and the intelligence of other species, there are also a lot of artists and designers working in the field of what is money? What is money creation? Why do we choose to live by the GDP? Don't we have to rethink? And here again, you see an interesting alignment between artists and designers and scientists in the economic field, for example. So I think one of the major topics that I would like to give with you is that around the notion of the commons, where we share resources, the planet is a commons. And it's very strange that we think that we can extract the value from this commons. So if we can think about one of those values next to the toolbox, we have some values, it's non-extractive, and putting commons in the center of our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I want to introduce to you the HLRS. The HLRS is a national supercomputing center in southern Germany. We are operating one of Europe's largest supercomputers. So numbers are here, 5,600 nodes. It's big. And what do we do with it? We run simulations. So everything from a lot of engineering that we do, cars, planes, ships, and the like, but also getting to astrophysics and climate research. We saw the results of those simulations early on. And especially, we also allow the creative industry to use our systems. So they do render movies on this machine with unprecedented speed. Just one of many examples, I want to show you what we do in digital twins of cities, digital urban twins. This is an example of the city of Hildesheim, where we were developing one special building, a multi-generation home, but that building doesn't stand alone, so we had to model the whole city with it, and also model traffic and airflow through the city in order to optimize it and also present it to the public. So public participation is very important to build the future cities that are livable and bring us forward. More and more people are living in those cities, and we have to reduce pollution, reduce noise in the cities, reduce heat as everyone experiences these days. And so this is another example where we work in Herrenberg, a small town. You see on the right-hand side the medieval core, which works well. Not so well is all the surrounding areas, and we're working on using simulations, analysis, sensor networks to improve that situation. Energy is another important topic we have to work on. Everyone knows, but not in my backyard. This is our biggest issue. We have one nice example, the Rudolf-Fettweis-Werk, a water power plant that will be transformed to a pumped power station to store electricity. I was following a lot of these projects recently in Germany, and none of them got actually implemented because of protests. This project was different. They started communicating with the public, with the citizens living there, and it worked out. Just a month ago, the decision was made to actually build it starting from next year. And as you see from the picture, we have simulations like a dam break simulation that shows what would happen if, and we can reduce fear. You see noise during construction, but we also implemented fish elevators to get rid of some of the environmental impact in those projects. Now I would like to do a live demo. Unfortunately not here, but in Stuttgart, so if you could please start the video conference to our cave in Stuttgart. I hope it's working, otherwise I have to die. Here we go. let me introduce to you Kilian Türk on the right-hand side and Marko Djuric on the left, and they will guide us through our digital twin of Stuttgart. Could you please...
Yes, hello from HLOS. Yeah, hello.
So, behind the two guys, you see a view into our cave. It's a projection room, 3D projection room. That's why we couldn't bring it here, unfortunately. But you see our HLRS building. We're currently planning a new server room behind the building. On the left-hand side, you've seen some cars. He's walking over there. I hope we get some better video quality. It was working better yesterday. You see pedestrians walking around from time to time. So there's a traffic simulation providing us with valuable information about future traffic scenarios that you can expect. Could you just fly down to downtown Stuttgart? We're in a hurry. Yeah, thank you. So, as it is an interactive environment, you can react on user input, on questions people have, and analyze all that city in every way you like. Could you please navigate towards the House for Film and Media? That's a current project. We were involved since a week ago. This is a new building that is part of our digital twin, the Haus für Film und Medien, so House for Film and Media, that will be built in the heart of Stuttgart, and we can have a look at it, explore it in 3D from any perspective. A lot of architectural decisions have already been made in this virtual model. But it doesn't stop there. Could you please show us some simulation results? NO2, for example. So we're doing climate simulation and weather simulation in the city. You see some streamlines representing airflow. And if you would just scale it down a little so that we get a better overview, that would be nice. So you see a cloud, a blue cloud, showing NO2 concentrations within our city. We are in a very strange location. It's a valley, and all the exhausts accumulate in winter months. And this is one day in an early January situation. And you clearly see where the hotspots are and what you might want to change in that city. Thank you very much. I think I have to speed up. Thank you very much to Stuttgart. Some other technology that we might... Hey. That applause goes back to you. Some other technology we might leverage with our creative industries is augmented reality. Here you can see what we normally do, engineering of cars, aerodynamic studies in mixed reality, wind tunnels. So you can go anywhere on the car and analyze the flow during your experiment and combine both a physical experiment and virtual ones at the same time. Here you see how I'm tracing streamlines on that car. But we can use this in theaters as well. This is the lighting room at our State Theater, downtown Stuttgart. The person is looking through a transparent screen, and in that transparent screen, you can actually see virtual content right on the stage. In the lower right picture, you see actors practicing in that virtual stage setup there. And we use this for stage planning, because stage time is really much of an issue. This was Fabian oder der Gang vor die Hunde, a very nice play over there. Another quick project I want to show is what we do in supporting another art project in Rome. This is a friend of mine, Joachim Kieferle, with me and my laser scanner. We were downtown Rome at the Spanish Steps. And this is a very nice picture. You see the guy on the left documenting everything the traditional way while I'm carrying my laser scanner. So we did a 3D scan of all that area, and also an art piece, or pieces of an art piece in Pietrasanta. Here you see the stonemasonry that was also involved in that project. And what we end up with is a digital model where we can analyze an art piece and also define an art piece. Unfortunately, I can't fast forward. That's a pity, but I hope here we are turning around. And you see how the artist, that's Giuseppe Pennone, he's building artificial trees, how he is sculpting his art piece in virtual reality. And at the end of this session, we had a digital model that we can walk around and analyze and communicate to the city of Rome, to the public, and then also do numerical simulations, which in the end made it possible to actually build it, so you can go there and experience it. It's a nice piece that's only possible due to the combination of arts and engineering. Thank you.
Well, good morning to everybody. I am Fran Iglesias, the General Manager of the EPICA Foundation La Fura dels Baus. But before starting the presentation, I have to say two things. So, first of all, the Zoom demo was not good enough. I've been there, and it's amazing. I mean, all the Blu-rays that you say, it's due to the connection, not really to the cave. The cave, it's, I think, it may be better than your eyes, you know? It's so crazy. And the second thing is, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Matt, for creating this such amazing group close to Next Renaissance, Bern, and the others. FECYT, of course, for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here with you, guys. So we are not as old as you, I mean, in experience on the field, but we have also good things to show. So we are a small non-for-profit foundation, the legacy of La Fura dels Baus, so this is a good point, because we don't start from scratch. Maybe most of you know La Fura dels Baus is a more than 40 years old performing arts company, considered still avant-garde, so it's a bit crazy, 40 years old and avant-garde. So even though we have 5 years old, we start from La Fura, that is our patrons and our legacy, let's say, and they are the responsible of something like that in the 90s, you know, where the people were looking for these kind of crazy things, but also the Olympic Games in Barcelona, really crazy operas, and of course, macro events for all over the world. So during these 5 years, we have been trying to position ourselves in the way we can contribute as a legacy of La Fura dels Baus, but also to the society as a non-for-profit foundation. And that's why I was really happy to have you here, because some of you were also reference for us when start thinking on what to do. So what it's clear from this session, I think during the whole morning, so we are in a science-driven society. So everything now is led by science and computing power, technology, and whatever. So we decided a couple of years ago to really focus on that. So if we are talking about European research, science, you know, that creating new knowledge, this is the research for Europe. I mean, it's the future. Suddenly, some years ago, they connect with technology. So then it was an explosion in innovation, in research, with new enablers, new business opportunities. Then we have research and innovation as a catalyst for economy and whatever, but we still miss something. Then when we put art, we are able to create future visions, critical thinking, and also disruption. Because at the end, sometimes research is quite isolated, not really able to contextualize what they are looking for. So it's better to connect it with art and, of course, society, because we are in Europe and we need to be responsible. When we are able to connect all these points, we have this research, innovation, disruption, and responsibility, let's say, that is the result. At the end, we can be, and we can push this kind of disruptive and responsible research and innovation. Why disruptive and responsible? Because it's compatible. So we can be disruptive and create new futures, new products, new visions, new technologies, but also responsible technologies and responsible research, because we are in Europe and we have to differentiate ourselves in our values and in our goals. So we are focused on that, on how to create this new knowledge, these new opportunities. So we think that we are quite sure that there are plenty of opportunities and challenges for all the stakeholders, not only for creative industries, that of course, but also for science and technology. And we are trying to push in these boundaries how we are able to really push these opportunities to spill over, spin out, and to really create value. So in order to keep the way we are doing. So how we do it? It's by what we call the power anticipatory arts. So it's a kind of applied future design. So I go fast. That's why we put just, because we have 5 minutes just to put applied future design. So we are able at the end to create fake realities. But this is the normal way of doing of the arts, performing arts. It's everything faked. You know, you can create whatever you want. You can recreate Rome, not in a cave, but in a future, you know. Suddenly you are creating fake realities, but if you are able to really gather new knowledge from science, technology, you are able to create these fake realities where to test and validate with the people what will happen when, or what will happen if. So we call it human-centered simulations, and it's, for us, a really nice sandbox for validation. So why anticipatory arts? Again, we are able to create disruptive ideas and cross-fertilization. If we are trying to anticipate the future, we need Uwe, because he has a lot of information. We need Veronica, because they have a really nice database of tests. So we push a lot of the collaboration with different verticals in order to really be able to create this future. This is future design, but in applied way. So at the end, very, very end, we will create it. So it's super nice for anticipation and simulation. It's the concept of fake it until you make it. So we are able to, it's, let's say, the analog version of what you're doing, Uwe, in the cave. And this is nice because at the end, we are also able to create validation and real data, because we will put these people in the middle and we will see what's happening. And of course, it's the easier way to connect with society, create awareness, critical thinking, knowledge transfer to society. This is important. And why performing arts? Because it's the responsible of creating these dynamics of really engaging people and emotionally connect with people. It's risk-free and iterable experience. You know, we are from La Fura, so at the very, very end, when we explode a bomb, people run, but it's control. Normally, no, you're just kidding. It's always control. It's a control bomb, but people don't know it, and then you are able to really look what's happening. It's the sandbox for anticipating the future, so everything is allowed. It's at the end, it's a fake reality, it's art. And of course, it's the connection with society. So by this, we are also adding society as a new active player, not only culture and creativity to the research, but also society, by trying to create this kind of audience-centered experience where we connect emotionally with the people, and then I like to say that we work in the precognitive phase. So we prepare them to listen. You know, at the very end, when we do this kind of experience, talking about neuroscience, talking about artificial intelligence, or whatever, we prepare them to listen to the expert at the end. So at the very end of the experience, they sit down and listen to the experts talking about artificial intelligence, talking about climate change. But the only way to really connect with them is by emotions, to really see what will happen when the climate change arrives. So, and this is the very last thing. So this is our foundation. You are all invited. We are a non-for-profit foundation. And we have this mission. It's really close to the next renaissance from math. And from us, of course, to reposition back art and humanities to the research and innovation ecosystem. So we have been, for most of the history, one important player on this field, and we have to, even more now that everything goes so fast, to be back in a strong player on that. And it will be nice to really create these old, but sometimes a bit forbidden spaces where we can really talk as friends, as colleagues, as it was done during the whole history. So thank you very much. And I think, Matt, do you want to start the thing?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Big applause. It's a real pleasure to have these flagship institutions from Europe here. And now we're going now to the second part of the section. We have a panel discussion with 2 topics. And we will start with a topic that comes from Veronika Liebe from Ars Electronica. And then we have a topic from Alistair Hudson from CKM, and that's, we open now the panel discussion. Thank you.
Veronica, do you want to start?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I suggested, of course, that we connect to some of the activities we do under START. START is a program funded by the European Commission under DG Connect, and since many years, we really try to highlight which kind of role artists really particularly have also in AI development. AI and machine learning have such a particular role because here we make a transition from automation to autonomy, and this is really the fundamental game changer in technological development. Of course, AI is here for many, many years, we all know that, but the computing power we have now is really making this game changer now. And for the very first time, also the researchers and the technologies behind the systems are not driving solely anymore for making the systems a bit faster or a bit better, but also question, how do we operate them? How do we monitor them? How do we actually assess them? And here, in particular, also artists working in this whole Next Renaissance initiative and in START really have a play. And I think that is the vital role also for ensuring that we have a discussion room for bringing the people together, for also building these bridges of discourse. Often it is really something where you have to develop this compass of what are the effects, what are also the interdependencies, and that's something we would like to also very much start with the Next Renaissance.
So I have a question for you, but also for Bastian, because you are coming from, let's say, more from the art, but a lot connected with technology, and he's the other way around. So pure technology, but close connected to the art. So I would start from how do you think that artificial intelligence, that I know that you have a lot of expertise, will affect the artists? And then we will do the other way around. So how the potential of artists to really affect to the development of artificial intelligence?
How long do we have?
No, it should be something like 2 or 3 minutes. No?
It's a huge
It's just slogans.
Of course, AI is already affecting every possible way, from content creation to distribution in every possible sector also of culture and creative industries. But for us, frankly, the much more interesting way is not necessarily also always how technology shapes culture, which is of course there, but also how culture can shape technology.
Exactly.
And this is the question we are really trying to put artists in the spotlight, trying to be the ones driving AI development, trying also to input. Of course, this is visionary. Of course, they will not only be the ones and the only ones, but they should have a central role. We should have, as a culture representatives, as the representatives of society, a central role in developing AI.
Exactly. Then Bastian, but now, what's the real possibilities that we have? Because we are quite in line with Veronica, for example, but you know that you are developing this kind of supercomputing power and artificial intelligence. I know that there are space for or room for us to, but in the real future, or your vision on that. So do we have really chance to do that?
So if you ask me, yes.
Yeah, yeah, I know that you are from our team.
I think we have to break with traditions. So what we do is usually, let's say, there was a long tradition of running systems like we have, let's say, this monster machine. Normally you put this, let's say, like a black box. People hate you. They don't know what's happening there. They think that you spy on them, whatever. So we were running this for a while, and there's a decent change now, and really, let's say, being more community-driven. Let's say we have the classic communities from engineering, etc., but we are now getting into this new, what I call the new communities, where we have, let's say, also more creativity coming in. So the interesting part for me is always, it's nice, I can be a service provider and do my daily job, tick a box, thanks, say, yeah, everything is fine. But we have a certain also responsibility by having these big monster machines. They cost a lot of money, everything is there, sustainability. And ideally, the system is best used for not only, let's say, some research, but also, let's say, for some groundbreaking things which impact society and politics, etc. So, for me, the important part is that, let's say, by the collaborations that we have now, etc., we can make some really success stories to show that it's worth to open up, and it's worth to listen to each other, not really thinking, okay, we know everything, so you're just a customer. It's really about the interaction, and it's a bit like the AI step. There are examples where AI works together with artists. So it's like a ping-pong game, let's say. And I think we have to provide you the capabilities that we have, but we have also to rethink how we run these things, how open we are with these things, and the most important part, let's say, what we also can learn from the other communities.
This should be a win-win situation always. If not, the game is not balanced. But I know that you are an advanced player on this field. I mean, HLRS, let's say, that is one of the most advanced in this, let's say, connection. But in the real space that you know, do you think that this is a trend now, or still we have a lot to do in order to convince the others, not you, because I know that you are...
We always have a lot to do, simply. Because, as I said, the important part is giving showcases. When people see there's a certain interest, when people see there's an impact, they will be likely to take it up. And it was the same when we asked, or let's say when we checked with industry using the system. Some of them, I don't know, whatever. But if the competitor starts doing something like this, they will open up. So we have to establish this. We have to, let's say, evaluate how we are doing things, what we are doing here. And again, we have to listen to each other. That's the important part. In future, again, it will not be like now everybody is open, everybody can work with everyone. But I see it's a good chance really to move this forward. The good thing is that from the political side, there's support, obviously, which is very important.
Not everywhere, but...
there's also, let's say, support by parts of the community, which is an entry point, both sides of the communities. And I think we just have to get the things going.
Marlene, do you want to add something to that? Because you also work a lot with technology and artists.
Yeah, well, maybe as I said, I think I think what can be problematic is that we take data as neutral and algorithms as neutral because we think we perceive them, we have instruments to make data, and then we think that we have objectified reality. And then we take the synthetic reality for real. And of course we can see very good examples how you can use it. So I'm not saying what I've seen, absolutely a very good reasons to use it. But in general, our culture now thinks that the data is reality. And that I think that's really problematic because data is also an expression of power. It's big companies and governments that decide what becomes data and what are the algorithms. It's not societal actors. It's also not the artists, definitely not the artists at the moment, as long as they maybe work together with industry, but not. So I think that we're building up a huge disbalance because AI and data is cumulated with a few players and actors. And we don't have to call China, I mean, we can do this like macro politics, but we can also say the 5 big companies that can afford billions of dollars to invest in harvesting all the human production that we have. Actually, the problem with ChatGPT and the whole generative AI is that everything we created, including us as citizens, but also us as scientists, us as cultural producers, is now harvested, is swallowed by a few companies that now decide what the price is to get some synthetic version of it. And the first court sessions are now in place because, of course, infringement of intellectual property right. Actually, I'm from the Creative Commons movement, so I'm not so much. But funny enough, now suddenly intellectual property right becomes like maybe the hammer to get the beast a little bit down. So I think the issue of AI is that there are really great opportunities to work with it. But we have to be really careful that we don't apply it to decision-making, which has effects on humans, because the data that's in the system is not always the data that people think is essential to define them. And yeah, so I'm sometimes a little bit afraid that the artistic and creative skills of artists and designers are being used in the interfaces to make it acceptable for people. And this is an area that I feel it's very lucrative. You can make a lot of money there. You can definitely show that you're very important and that you can add value. But at the same time, maybe you're putting the wrong dress on the Kaiser, how say this, the emperor. That you help to give clothes to the emperor. Yeah, sorry.
I think that it really fits with what we were talking. So if we are able to co-design with them, I mean, as Ars Electronica doing this kind of synergies, we are able to co-design. The problem is when we try to use art, I don't know the name in English, for blanking technology or research. I mean, but for example, John showed us advocacy. I mean, it's a different story. It really depends. I mean, but I think that the tool itself, it's not bad. It's the use you do. So, but if we are able to establish these ecosystems where we are part of the system in order to really create the nice or the good services, then we have a chance. But because realistically, I think we cannot stop it anymore.
But I think that we cannot seriously continue with the discussion of technology as a tool. I think that is a real misconception of technology. Technologies are not hammers. They augment and multiply agencies, and they transform agency. A citizen with a gun is not the same citizen without a gun. It's a completely different agency that we are dealing with. And when you brought up AI and the arts, what came to my mind was how in the second Renaissance, the one that I know better because as an architect, the first Renaissance is somehow eluding the historiographical capacity. You know, it's a really complex moment of pushing boundaries of mathematics and music. But the second Renaissance, which is highly architectural, and I'm an architect, is coinciding with a new technology. It's a technology of vision, and it's a technology of archiving. It's Gutenberg. And then we have post-Gutenberg, post. I think AI, we need to treat it as a post-Gutenberg condition. And in the first Gutenberg moment, culture was driving the contents. It's not that we had only the administrations of the Vatican or the Counter-Reformation printing out structure. No, we poured all our knowledge into it, exactly like it has been harvested now by the AI. But then there was a guy who went and put up notes on a cathedral and started a new religion with it. And then, so what is the situation today with AI? I think is in a similar moment of confusion and seriously we are lost. We are like in the 16th century. But I think we need clarity that we cannot leave this, say, to teenagers and infantilize it. We need serious discussion about power, about what it means to inhabit a structure of power that is completely different polities, completely different relationship to space than the one that we inherited from the first Renaissance, which is largely structured in Westphalian states, which is dominating still with all its problematics, the structures that we inhabit today, the European Union, somehow an experiment in extricating sovereignty outside of the Westphalian nation state. But we have the possibility of imagining a world with different intelligences, some of them artificial, but most other intelligence that are operating. At the moment, I think the question for me in the art and technology condition is how do we deal with what Isabel Stengers called natural stupidity? And stupidity is not a lack of capacity of acting. No, it's, on the contrary, is a moment where some agents imagine that they have to protect someone else from acting. And this is what we've seen so many times. It started, of course, to become more present to all citizens with the increase of security because of the war, so-called war on terror, the forever war. And I think today we are in a similar situation where we have to reduce natural stupidity. People, organizations trying to tell us what to do. We have to enact a far more intelligence network. There are so many different intelligences, and some of them are completely untapped to. And we really, I think we need to structure a new form of polity around this. And the European project was, at the beginning, an extraction from those conditions for a peaceful purpose, and it was built ground up from the technologies and the energies from of that moment, from coal and steel, and then energy systems. And now we are in a new position, and the structures that we hear in these days are largely driven as if we are in the new industrial age, no longer with the steam engine, but with finance. We hear again and again, finance, finance, finance. We are defined as a sector of a financial market. I think this is really where the relationship to intelligence needs to be far more subversive and far more interested in redefining what it means to live together on one planet, where the current 7 or 8 that we're using need to come back together into one. And it will be really complicated to bring it to one. And the decisions, the capacity of decision, which is a political dimension, will have to deal with so many factors in order to maintain peace. And Europe, I think, can only push the notion of peace today. And the main reason why we are European is the catastrophe of the 20th century, the 2 world wars. Now we have this burden. We cannot go out and tell other people how to be good. No? The moment where Europe becomes central, as was in the 20th century, and we saw the disaster of it. But I think we still have the capacity to carry the burden, the capacity to carry the structures of what it means to make the difficult decisions to be together. And we is not only people. It's many intelligences. And I think this is where initiatives like Ars Electronica of Veronica and Vach, which I'm so proud that we started collaborating on this Modern Planet project, are so enthusiastic about this.
Thank you so much, John. And it's a big start from the discussion. Bravo. You have a second chance to see this wonderful group with this topic on Ars Electronica in September. So now I want to give the word to CKM, to Alistair Hudson, but he has also a very interesting topic for this round, for the next 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it follows on from what I think we've just heard, really, because I was thinking a lot about the naturalization of technology. And I was looking a while ago at this, it's kind of from the 2014 or something by Nature, I think, which was the pyramid of naturalization of technology, where you start with a proposition, an idea, it becomes operational, it becomes used, it becomes accepted, and slowly it kind of becomes invisible. And it becomes, in the end, naturalized. So you might, for example, if you do talk about technology as a tool, a spade is initially a technology, then it just becomes a spade in the world and has symbolic value, etc. And I think for me, that also speaks of another problem which is central to, I think, what we've heard about, which is access to technology, an understanding of technology, and the capacity to use it. So, for example, ZKM, when it was first founded in the 80s, was the only place artists could go to have access to big computing power or video equipment or software engineers. This was the place you could go to have all that kit. Nowhere else could, there were other places, of course, but in that region, it was a place to go to that had this knowledge, had this equipment, had the technology and the know-how, and a place where people could share and cross-pollinate ideas. Now, of course, all that kit is now available on our phones. Everybody has access to that in the world. So we have to think a little bit more about what a public institution is for in this context. And I'm very much in favor of thinking about our public institutions as convening spaces, where we actually start to think about naturalizing the technology. And that just doesn't mean kind of making sure it's part of the world we live in an equitable, ecological, positive way. It's really about making sure that everybody has the education in order to have a say in how these things are used, in how we shape the world using these technologies. And it's quite interesting as well, at the same time, I'm hearing from, for example, the tech communities around us in Baden-Württemberg, who were saying to us as well that they need artists. They've got all their nerds working away, developing all the machinery of these systems, but what they don't have is worldly knowledge. They don't have that traction with the world. They don't have the messiness. They don't have the mix of ideas and experiences that comes with, again, that cognitive diversity that, in a way, a public institution can create, I think. So I'm very much interested in the idea of how we could reshape our institutions to create the environment where we, in an old-fashioned sense, educate the broadest population about how this technology works, what it means, how we learn to use it, because it's through use that meaning is created and value systems are created. And for me, that has to start at a very, very basic level. So this stuff, amazing stories we've heard today, of how the world works, how the world is now working, about the role of finance systems, about deep sea ecologies, all these things. You don't hear this stuff in school. These things are not taught day to day on the school level. So where do you learn about the way the world is working outside of the traditional system? So for me, there is a potential here for the networks we're involved in, the collaborations, to be the space where you start to create a natural environment in which we can start to really collaborate at ground level and with people who previously would not have access or power. And that's maybe a means in which we could start to move the power base away from those that are really in control, and start to create basically a new economy in the end around how we work.
But this is quite related with the next Renaissance mission, right? So it's quite important to also give some knowledge to society in order to let them decide. Yeah, but this should be done from the early beginning. Just at least be able to decide, but not because they saw a post on Facebook, because they know what they are talking about. So this is quite important, and I really like. And also that's why we have now, let's say, more demand from the science part, because they know that they are getting a lot of frontiers now due to that. People will accept or consider according to Facebook, and this is a problem. Marlene, please.
Well, I'm absolutely with you when you talk about helping people to enter understanding the technology and being in a position that they actually can act. So read, write, execute, not just being literate, like we all talk a lot about technology literacy, but really have competences, because that's, I think, very, very essential. But I really feel that I have to very strictly oppose the idea of that technology becomes natural. I think it helps us much more to see it as cultural artifacts, that technologies are shaped by humans. And if you understand them like that, you know that they are designed, and that you can sort of understand how they're being designed. So to not cover it up as doing as if, although maybe they're invisible, it's very interesting to open up the black box. I think this is essential. If we want to understand what AI does to us, we have to understand how AI works. That's the only way to, and understand that labeling data is, humans are doing it. Yep. It's not like a ghost in a machine. So to demystify technology, it helps people to enter the field of technology. So, and then for the other part, I think we have to understand, on the other side, the natural world as one of the other species and their intelligence, as we now understand how trees are communicating, the World Wide Web, or how our microbiome defines how we think. So we have to rethink what thinking is as well. So I'm totally with you in opening up the black box, giving people the access. And in the Waag we have the Fab Academy, the Fabric Academy for textiles, and the Biohack Academy. And then we help libraries to set up makerspaces. And we help, we have the public stack, Miner and MOOC. So we definitely think that we can add to this sort of public knowledge. So yes, so in that sense, I'm totally with you. So,
although I would counter your counter slightly to say that I think, given the technologies or the ideas that we don't yet know are going to happen, I think we need to be open to the idea that humans are, we can't completely separate humanity from nature. This is, in a way,
we are absolutely, we are biological beings. But technology is not.
But in terms of what happens next, in terms of the symbiosis between what we call technology and what we call human or nature, is going to be up for grabs. And there's a whole field in this that is kind of emerging with writers like Hui around cosmopolitics and cosmotechnology, which I think actually offers a way to have the conversation around that in quite complicated ways.
I know, but sometimes I think it's mystifying. So part of that. Sorry, we're going.
Yeah. One second, John. Because Bastian wants to
interrupt. This is a Renaissance moment. People trying to outwit each other is a form of being that really emerged in the Renaissance, and it is a complex moment of social transformation. And I think this is a remnant of the world we live in, formed by culture. But I just wanted to say this. So, I'll come back to it in a second.
Let's see the vision from the technology.
Let me just mess it up a bit more. I think this discussion is a good standpoint also to show, let's say, the collaborative aspects which are necessary here, because I disagree and agree with every one of you at the same time from my technology perspective. So first of all, yes, naturalize things, etc. Honestly, we have this already done. The problem is we are discussing here now, at the same time, a variety of people, probably even in this room, are now, let's say, looking at discussions which are held by artificial intelligences with each other to have a certain impact on something. So we see this currently with all these bot networks, we see this with the reactions, etc. It has already passed there, and nobody is really, or many people are not able to understand what is now an artificial intelligence I'm talking to or not. Big problem, I agree with you, we have to start as early as possible. I say we have to start in schools. So we have an issue here because the span of attention of the kids is going down like hell. We had this yesterday evening. What my information sources when I was young in the last century, it was like fathers, mothers, grandparents, probably a book if you're very brave, something like this. Yeah. Now you Google and you get 1,000, some hundred hits. First hit counts because it's the highest hit. You check it, this might be complete stupid things there. You don't know this. They have so much easy access to this whole thing, and we are not aware of, let's say, and this, I agree, there's a big danger in the technologies currently with that, because we can influence everything and we can create realities which are not realities here. So what we usually, just from our portfolio, we try usually to go into schools, let's say, to make the, let's say, at the, I think the 10th grade, to make them somehow aware of what's possible with these technologies. That's not sufficient, to be honest. Yeah. And my personal thing is, ideally we find a way, let's say, with the creative industry, etc., also to get this momentum of attention they have, to steer them in the right direction with the right messages at the right place. And I think this is the important part, because we are losing here a war. Sorry to be so strict, but I see this every day, what's going on there. We're losing here a war before we even can, let's say, enter it. If we don't, let's say, react now. And this synergetical thing could be the innovative point we need to get them.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry, it's finished our section. Thank you so much. A big applause to
we are the only one in the morning.
No, I have to continue. Okay. Thank you so much. Veronika Liebel from Ars Electronica. Meine Sticker vom WAG Institution, John Palmesino, Territory Agency, Alistair Hudson from CKM, Bastian Koller, HRS, and la Fundación Épica, Fran Iglesias. Muchas gracias, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
And Matías.
Gracias, thank you. Yeah, that was impressive. Right on time. There's like a chronometer here, and they were like right on spot. Hello again. What an interesting conversation, actually. Look, during most of the scientific and cultural projects and initiatives presented in this high-level conference have been funded under two very important programs of the European Commission: Horizon Europe and Creative Europe, that support innovative cultural and creative industries in Europe. With us today, we have, and this is the last fragment until we do the lunch break, so bear with me. We have Richard Busch, Policy Officer at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission, and Maria Chiara Esposito, seconded national expert at the Cultural Policy Unit of the European Commission. Please welcome them. Take the stage. There you go. This one's for you, and this as well. I'll bring your...
Well, thank you very much. And now that you thought it was time for lunch, it is not quite. We will not be very long, but we have a few important things to say after this intense, informative, inspirational, and perhaps mind-stretching morning that we have gone through. We will try to give a picture of two major policy supports from the European Commission to the culture and creative industries, which is on the one hand Horizon Europe from DG Research and Innovation, which I represent, and on the other hand Creative Europe from the DG Education and Culture. And I see it is moving somehow, but not by itself, no? Okay, let's start here, and this is, you will recognize this. Many of these messages came during the morning, and I think that's a good sign. we all agree, or the Commission agrees, that the culture and creative industries are important for Europe. This is one of the first key message here. There is a strong political support for the CCIs since over 10 years. And here on the slide you have a few of the main reasons that we have been talking about. It's economy, it's prosperity, it's jobs, image of Europe in the world, the well-being, innovation, not the least, no? And you could argue, and I don't think I'm the only one with this argument, that cultural heritage, creativity, and the CCIs will perhaps be the unique competitive advantage of Europe in the future, a basis for our future prosperity. So, the second message, key message here, is that with Horizon Europe, as Harald mentioned this morning already, the CCIs have become a strong focus also in terms of research and innovation. In the first 2 years of the new Horizon Europe program, 6 call topics were launched for and with the CCIs, and which have resulted in 16 projects already. And this represents an investment of around 60 million euros in research and innovation for and with the culture and creative industries. And to put this in the strong focus of the CCIs in a context, I will allow myself to take a step back. With Horizon Europe, for the first time in the history of the framework programs, there's a part which is fully dedicated to cultural heritage and the CCIs. And this allows us to take a more holistic approach to this area than was possible before. Under this part of the program, it is called a destination. We develop call topics under 3 priority areas, essentially, which are green, digital, and innovative, maybe not surprising. Under the green priority, we aim at the one hand to support cultural heritage and the CCIs to cope with the effects of climate change, but also, and maybe more important, to mobilize these actors to become drivers, proactive drivers of an inclusive green transition. Under the digital priority, we want to develop the capacity of Europe's cultural heritage and CCIs to be world leaders in taking advantage of the digital transition and, of course, avoid the problems. And under the innovative priority, the aim is to mobilize Europe's cultural heritage and cultural and creative industries to contribute to an inclusive innovation in a broad sense, not only speaking of new innovative companies, but also in contributions to improve society and well-being. And what does this mean for the CCIs? Which is our goal for the CCIs? I would say that the goal in reality is ambitious, is to establish a new vision for the CCIs in Europe. A vision for seeing the CCIs as proactive drivers and leading contributors to European societies. And the key dimension here is the innovative. CCIs as the engine of an innovation system driven by culture and creativity, contributing to an inclusive green transition and also developing a capacity to take advantage of the opportunities of the digital transition. And let me see if I can move on. So where does this goal take us? As a first step, this becomes a little bit technical, but the work program of Horizon Europe for the year 2021-2022 funded 16 projects, as I mentioned. You have today, I believe, seen presentations from 5 of these 16 projects. This first step is combined of one general call topic, looking at the role of the CCIs more in general as drivers of innovation and competitiveness, with 4 sectorial topics, diving deeper into 4 key CCI sectors. And, not the least, of course, the collaborative platform which was launched this morning. Now, we're in the middle of the second step. The current work program for the years 2023-2024. And this program will fund 12 additional projects. We have 3 call topics with a general focus which aim at boosting the CCI's capacities to drive the green transition proactively and also take full advantage of the digital transition. And 1 call topic which is focused specifically on the video game industry, which is a key CCI sector for the future. And now, what does this look like? So our aim in reality is to step by step build up a strong portfolio of research and innovation projects for and with the CCIs that will really have an impact. We want to mix general call topics on certain key issues and sectorial ones focusing on certain key CCI sectors. We also want to mix research and innovation actions with more impact-focused innovation actions. And on top of this, we strongly encourage the involvement of CCIs in project proposals under all call topics of this part of the program. The collaborative platform EKIP will play a role, I believe, in holding it all together, in tying the CCI networks and projects together and boosting the practical use of project results. And to complete this picture, the Knowledge and Innovation Community, EIT, Culture and Creativity, is starting up, as you have heard, and will be able to build on the findings and outcomes of this portfolio of research and innovation projects. Of course, the focus of the future work programs, the calls 2025, 2026, and 2027 are not yet decided, but my best guess is that we will continue along the same lines, with the same vision, until the end of Horizon Europe, and perhaps with the sufficient support even beyond. I think that there have never been so many opportunities as there are right now for interesting and groundbreaking research on the CCIs. So I would encourage Europe CCIs and research organizations to take these opportunities and contribute to a new paradigm for the CCIs. And let me finish with a few key messages. As you've seen, the CCIs are high on the EU policy agenda. There's no doubt about that. We also have a strong focus now on terms of research and innovation for and with the CCIs. Our aim is to build a strong portfolio of R&I projects that builds on what is already done and can make a real impact. And here the collaborative platform is a key initiative, and again, we expect that the new KIC will become another key actor in the future. There's a lot of interest and there's a strong focus, but there's also very high expectations. So we hope to make a real difference over time. With this, I thank you very much for your attention these moments, and I hand over to my close colleague, Maria Chiara.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I see Richard was perfectly on time. I hope I can use this additional minute for my presentation. I wish to thank the organizers and the Spanish presidency for this very comprehensive event, and nicely to put us together on stage to show how much our programs and actions are complementary, as Richard said in the beginning. And I'm happy to take over from his very strong message about the fact that CCIs are high on the EU policy agenda. When it comes to cultural policies in general, you can see that indeed there are several tracks that are part of a common strategy, of a common vision. And we have the established framework of the EU Work Plan for Culture that defines the priorities of the policies that merge and inspire into the different parts of the programs that the EU implements. From the KIC, as as you've heard this morning, to Horizon Europe, that is the fundamental program for research and innovation, and that is also very linked to the digital green dimensions that you find back in programs such as Creative Europe, Erasmus+, and the structural funds. As far as the work plan for culture is concerned, it's important to have in mind that it really designs the main areas of cooperation for culture between the Commission and you, and the Member States, and all of us. And in this framework, the main pillars identify the needs and the, let's say, orientations for the programs such as Creative Europe to implement these needs and these priorities in the different sectors and in the different areas of cooperation for culture. In particular, we have in front of us the 4 main pillars that range from the work that is done in the field of cooperation for artists and cultural professionals, in the area of culture for the people, everything that has to do with access, with engagement, with participation. And then we have the 2 big pillars that are very high on the priorities of the Commission overall, culture for the planet, that really intersects culture and cultural heritage with the environmental and sustainability challenges, and the 4th dimension, which is the one that connects innovation with the external cooperation on culture. And this is indeed reflected in the new Creative Europe, already in the fact that the budget has increased of about the double as compared to the previous program. And the main, let's say, aim of Creative Europe is even reinforced in the sense of facilitating the capacity of the sector to generate innovation, jobs, and growth, but together with strengthening also, as you have seen from the work program, the work plan for culture of the next 4 years, the capacity of linking with the external dimension of culture. So innovation is at the heart of the program, and it allows all the different priorities to deploy themselves in different directions. The innovative dimension that you recognize in many of the funded projects of Creative Europe can be expressed by applicants, by consortia, around a number of priorities that applicants can choose. You see that there are 5 main priorities, and there is an additional priorities which is defined every year by the work program. And across these priorities, as you see, sustainability, digital, international dimension, social inclusion, audience development, they recall all the messages that we were hearing this morning and that are linked to different ways the cultural sector can propel innovation. One other important action in Creative Europe is the one that funds the European networks, that are also the entities that can, on top of the cooperation strand, which is the most important of the cultural part of the program, help spreading innovative practices to leverage the capacity of the different cooperation consortia. As far as the next work program 2024, Creative Europe has introduced another very innovative element that connects the practices that projects can implement with the greening strategies of the sector. So the idea is really to promote innovative, green, and more sustainable projects through culture and creative cooperation. And one of the strands, one of the initiatives that helps projects and applicants to emphasize this dimension will be and will continue to be expressed through the cross-sectoral strand, where projects can really emphasize the capacity of different sectors to cooperate with each other. This study on increasing the capacity of Creative Europe to foster the greening vision of the sector has been published very recently, and it's also a way to guide future applicants to examples that have embraced the first capacity, the first experiences, the first practices of different sectors that cooperate on culture to be more and more sustainable, from cultural content creation, performing art, cultural heritage, towards what will be the new criteria of the program to emphasize this greening capacity. So it's divided into different components, and it identifies different areas for recommendations on how to make these practices upscaled by the sectors and for the sectors, ranging from areas where culture can use, for example, buildings and venues to produce more energy efficiency, up to audience development, production, distribution, using different methodologies and tools that have been analyzed in this study. And finally, another important aspect of the innovation character of Creative Europe and of our policies in general is proved by the digital dimension that many of these projects have been increasingly having in the recent years. And here you have some studies that are particularly important in the context of the pandemic challenges, where the digital transition was analyzed also from the perspective of re-engaging with digital audiences, of creating new opportunities where artificial intelligence technologies can merge with creative sectors, experiences and use. So in different angles that analyze this capacity of the sector to use the digital dimension. And two very specific examples that we have selected as really good practices, where indeed the capacity of Creative Europe to produce innovation together with inclusion are identified here. One is Europe Beyond Access, which is a large-scale cooperation project that is still ongoing for, it's being brought to its conclusion, but is ongoing in terms of course, leveraging its findings for dissemination and for inspiring other projects that can be taking a similar angle. And on the other side, another very important project that was identified as a very important practice in the recent years is these tele-encounters beyond the humans, where again the aspect of inclusion, of social buildings, human relationships is combined with artificial intelligence and the impact of internet for artists. Beyond these specific examples, of course, there is a database of a large quantity of projects that you can be inspired of, but there is a specific project here I really want to mention, which is the flagship for us, and this is funded under Erasmus+, is the charter project led by the University of Barcelona, which lasts for 4 years. It's now a bit more advanced than it's halfway. And it's really a strategic project because it is a blueprint to define a strategy for the skills of the sector, in particular for the future of skills in cultural heritage, identifying the different functions of cultural heritage and putting together a very large consortium of partners from many member states and especially from the different parts of the players that will define and contribute to the challenge of designing the skill sets that professionals will need in the future. So from the educational and training world to the industry, to the authorities and the professionals themselves that through this project are being supported and equipped with a long-lasting alliance that aims to reinforce the merge and the mix of skills from digital, traditional, soft skills that professionals will need for the future jobs in the cultural heritage sector. And two very last slides where we've put together only, let's say, a range, a list of most important tools that we have produced recently to really give let's say, illustration and capability for applicants and projects developers to go and search on portals where indeed all this vision and strategy between different programs can be found. In particular, the Culture EU Funding Guide, which is an interactive guide where with only a few clicks you can select and find through keywords the different opportunities, as Richard was mentioning, that exist now across the EU programs. So really an important tool that you can use to identify what is the most pertinent program for you. And also a reference to the upcoming greening actions that we will develop linked to the new work plan for culture through working groups of experts at the level of member states and at the level of the civil society. And some additional publications that are also linked to innovation and cultural entrepreneurship, where also the FLIP project that probably many of you have heard about is another important project in Creative Europe that is being renewed, is very linked to many of the topics that are producing innovation from the perspective of financing, of leveraging access and leveraging capacity building of the cultural sector. And with this, I'm happy maybe to give a final word to Richard for a concluding comment.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think I have a good final word more than that. I hope that with this demonstration of a common presentation, we show that also the different European Commission services do stand united in the support for the culture and creative industries towards a pretty much common vision for the future. So let's try to unite forces, all different actors across Europe, for the CCIs to contribute to a better future, as we said this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we've reached the end of the first part of our conference. So we have our lunch break. Lunch cocktail will be held at the Hoxton Hotel, which is around the corner. Just follow the instructions when you exit. I just want to ask whoever has a translation device, if you can please leave them right there at the exit. And we'll see you after the break. Enjoy your lunch. Feliz comida. Hello, welcome back. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, buena tarde. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And welcome back to you all here and to the people that are following us via streaming. Okay, I'm going to give you three of my favorite words. Sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful. That is how we want the places we live in the cities to be like. And those three words are the three pillars of what is called the new European Bauhaus, a creative and interdisciplinary initiative that connects the European Green Deal to our living spaces and experiences. Even though this is quite a new concept, we can already count on experiences and examples. And this is what Access 2 of this conference is going to be about. Culture, cultural and creative industries, and the new European Bauhaus. To tell us about some successful stories and inspiring practices of CCIs in the NEB era, we have Maria Iglesias, team leader at the Cultural Policy Unit of the European Commission, Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. Please receive Maria Iglesias.
Hola, gracias, gracias, thanks. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to be here today. As I was just said, I'm Maria Iglesias. I work for the European Commission together with Maya Chiara at the Cultural Policy Unit. So I will make an introduction of the new European Bauhaus. As most of you know, the new European Bauhaus is indeed an ambitious initiative that is about bringing a cultural and social dimension to the Green Deal. It's about imagining a new future, new living environments, new products that are sustainable, that are inclusive, that are beautiful. So one of the most inspiring let's say, features of the new European Bauhaus is about processes. And the first one was how the new European Bauhaus was created. As you may know, the Bauhaus was announced for the first time by the President, Mrs. von der Leyen, in the State of the Union speech in September 2020. And only a few months afterwards, from January to June, there was a process of co-creation. People, organizations were invited to send their contribution in order to let us know how they would like to shape the new European Bauhaus. And the results were published in a communication, the new European Bauhaus communication in September 2021, that could give us more information about what the Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus is, and how it will be delivered. So, as just said, the new European Bauhaus builds upon three very key principles. It adopts a very much holistic approach, and these key principles are sustainability. We are talking about greening. We are talking about a dialogue with nature. We are talking about togetherness, about inclusivity, about accessibility, about affordability. But of course, we are also talking about beauty. And these may relate to aesthetics, but also to quality of experience. When working with the new European Bauhaus, we are working on the basis of three very important principles. The approach is a multi-level approach, an interdisciplinary approach, and very much important is a participatory approach. The Bauhaus really looks for this dialogue with the communities, with engagement of the citizens. And when they were asked, this was while the pandemic, and when people were asked about the themes on which the new European Bauhaus should concentrate on, they selected these four themes that are of paramount importance for us. So the first one was reconnecting with nature. The second one was regaining a sense of belonging. The third one was prioritizing the places and people that need it the most. And the last one was about circularity and another way of innovating. And if we talk about what kind of impacts we would like to see with this initiative, we have categorized them in like 3 main levels. The first one is a transformation on the places of the places of the ground. The second one is a transformation of the innovation system. And the third one, and very much important, where also the arts and culture professionals have a lot to say, is a transformation of our behaviors, of our lifestyles. Here, all this resonates very much to what we have been listening this morning. Culture has a key role to play in this movement. We have been talking this morning about culture as an important asset, an important driver of social policies, of contributing to the sense of belonging. We also have to talk about architecture, about cultural heritage, about the articulation between the built environment, cultural heritage, and aesthetics, with having always in mind this approach or this dimension of sustainability and inclusion. We are talking about new innovation paradigms where high-tech and low-tech can be combined with traditional know-how, with arts and crafts, and of course, as I said, artists have a very key role in conveying new values, in conveying this kind of societal transformation. So how we deliver the European Bauhaus? We deliver from very different angles. First, and I will talk more about that in a few minutes, we finance a lot of projects and a lot of initiatives. What we have also done, and this is very important, is to be able to mainstream the European Bauhaus across different policies. So at the European Commission, you will see that there are many different DGs, Directorate Generals, kind of ministers, that are all of them dealing with the different aspects of the European Bauhaus. What we are also doing is building upon community-led initiatives, and for this we have, for example, the New European Bauhaus Lab, where we create community-based projects, and we also recognize initiatives on the ground. And for this, we have, for example, the New European Bauhaus Prizes. What else? We also communicate a lot. We run communication campaigns, and we run events. Last year, you may have heard about the first New European Bauhaus Festival that took place in Brussels and in many other places all over Europe, online and offline, and with the presence of a lot of projects, including research projects, including Creative Europe projects. And we had more than 200,000 people that was in one way or another following the New European Bauhaus. This also lets me to talk about the community. We have, there was the NEP community that has been put into place, and this keeps growing and growing. Now we have more than 670 partners of the European Bauhaus, many of them coming from the cultural and creative sector. We have 19 members of the so-called high-level roundtable. We have now 160 NEP prizes finalists or winners, many of them also in Spain, and in particular in Catalonia and in Barcelona. And of course, we also have 27 contact points. In each member state, there is a contact point that has been designated in order to inform and in order to discuss about the European Bauhaus. And we have more than 150 friends that are companies or authorities, public authorities, that have joined us through a call for friends that is still open. So if any of you is interested, please don't hesitate to contact us. In this community, we also have the NEP projects. We will see some of them afterwards, and of course, part of the community is also all the colleagues that work in different DGs across the Commission in this beautiful initiative. And another interesting tool that could be useful for you is the New European Bauhaus Compass. The New European Bauhaus Bauhaus Compass is a kind of guiding framework for targeting the policymakers, but also project owners. And what you will have there is a kind of information on how the different principles and the different values can be applied into practice. So if you are thinking about putting in place or setting a new European Bauhaus project, this will be very useful because you will have a lot of examples, you have a lot of questions you may want to think about before putting that into practice. Another tool that is also interesting, if you want to know what is going on in your region or in your city, is the NEP dashboard. This data tool gives you access to all the information that it relates to the European Bauhaus in a given area. So I was talking before about recognizing on the ground activities on the ground, and this is something we do with the European Bauhaus prizes. We had this year the 3rd edition of the prizes, and what you have there are some of the projects that have applied and that have been selected as finalists or winners. We have, for example, the Espai Santa Eulalia here in Barcelona. It's a church that has been renovated to become a cultural center. We have also the Sacromonte Caves Museum in Spain, a beautiful initiative run by the citizens, by the residents in this beautiful area of Granada. Tova, that is about using 3D printing for architectural works. And another example I also choose here is the Creative Factory Shop, that is about fashion. It's about doing your own clothes from upcycling material. When we talk about calls, when we talk about funding, you must know that there are a lot of funding opportunities for projects that are related to the principles and values of the European Bauhaus. We have a website where you will have information constantly updated about the calls that are open and also the past calls, because this can also be useful for you, and future calls. In the period 2021-2022, there were about or almost 100 million euros that were dedicated to NEP projects. For this year and 2024, this amount will increase a little bit more than 100 million euros for NEP dedicated calls. What you have on the left side of the screen are examples, and these are only examples of some of the programs and projects that have been funded so far. So, for example, under Horizon Europe, we had a call that was for the so-called lighthouse demonstrators, very big projects, up to 5 million euros, that have been put in place in order to demonstrate at the scale what could be achieved with the European Bauhaus. We also have 2 other projects that have been selected with one of the cluster 2 calls this year. One is Palimpsest, that we will have a very nice presentation just after me. Another is ERI Act. And we will have another call, so please stay tuned on the cultural and creative sectors and investments and tools in order to make a greener and to make our life greener and fairer. And this call will be published in October or in the 3rd quarter. I don't know exactly when. We have other programs. The European Innovation Initiative, Innovative Actions, just also announced the winning projects of another call, the 2nd generation lighthouse demonstrators, with 14 projects selected. Some of them also in the field of cultural heritage and cultural-led regeneration. We have also the World Partnership Project that has financed incubation projects, partnerships between companies, companies in the cultural and creative sectors and tech operators in different fields, in design, in textiles, in footwear, in furniture, and so. And we have also, for example, a number of EIT calls that have been launched during these 2 years with a lot of projects, again, about citizen engagement, about arts, about culture, about urban regeneration. So I would really invite you to visit our website and to have a look to all of them. Besides these programs that contain the so-called NEP-dedicated calls, we have also the European Bauhaus present as an element of context or as a priority in other programs. And this is notably the case for Creative Europe. As Maria Chiara mentioned, Creative Europe is the program that is funding culture in the European Union, and we have several actions. For example, a residency action that has been put in place under our mobility scheme, Culture Moves Europe, that is financing the organization of residencies, artistic residencies, that may pursue different objectives. One of the objectives that applicants can select for these residencies relates to transformation, and transformation very much in line with the new European Bauhaus principles and values. Unfortunately, the call is closed now, but there will be another one in October. So I would also really invite you, the ones that are already organizing residencies or that are willing to organize residencies, to look at them. Other calls that we have with the European Bauhaus as an element of context or as a priority are those related to the innovation labs or the cooperation projects. What you have there also are examples of some projects that have been retained under these different calls. You have A Place, that is a project about placemaking with partners also in Barcelona. Rebuilding to Last, that is a project about sustainable buildings, sustainable cultural heritage buildings, and many others. Unfortunately, I'm already running out of time, so cannot go through them, but please have a look because all of them are extremely, extremely interesting. Before finalizing, two very quick slides, one on architecture, because obviously architecture is one of the most important sectors when we are talking about transforming our living environment, right? And architecture, high quality architecture, is a cornerstone of our policies in this particular field. Here, under the Work Plan for Culture, we have the experts from the member states published in 2021 a study on high-quality architecture containing criteria and containing policy recommendations to implement high-quality principles in our environment. This has been complemented with other resources, case study, podcasts, and so that you can find in our website. Also very important in this field is a new action that we have just initiated. The action is implemented by Eurocities and the Architecture Council of Europe, and is a peer learning scheme to have peer learning activities with experts from local authorities, regions, member states, and so in order to exchange about good practices in implementing high-quality principles. There is a call that is open now in order to share the good practices that you may have. So please don't hesitate, once again, to have a look at our website and to contribute. And we, as you probably know, we are also supporting architectures through the European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture that is organized with the Mies van der Rohe Foundation. Just to conclude, the New European Bauhaus Festival. I mentioned that at the very beginning. We have a second edition of the festival. The festival will take place in April next year, and now the call is open for contributions, for applications. So if you think your projects are good examples of actions that are in line with the NEP principles and values, please don't hesitate to apply. The topic for this year is resources for all, and you have until the 15th of September this year in order to send your applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria, for your inspiring presentation. In these dark times that we seem to be living, it's really, really inspiring to listen to you all. It's kind of like there's a little bit of hope. So without any doubt, the new European Bauhaus has a transformative vision that contributes to citizens' well-being. But this obviously comes with implementation challenges. To answer all these issues, we have Grazia Concilio. She is the engineer and associate professor of urban planning and design at the DASTU, Dazzu Polytechnic of Milan in Italy, and coordinator of the Palimpsest project. Grazia.
Una molt bona tarda a tothom. Estic molt honrat de estar aquí a Barcelona. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Estoy muy honorada de estar aquí en Barcelona hoy. Good afternoon, everybody. I did my best, sorry, for destroying your languages. So, I am really honored to be here. Thanks to everybody and to all that believed my presentation here could be of any value. So I will try to bring you inside the making of one of the projects that has been just quoted as funded under this incredible new European Bauhaus initiative. And this, I would like to bring you into this binomial, which is there for us in the terms, but very difficult, to be implemented. So the first question I will discuss with you is what action for innovation? Some of these actions are clearly there for us. No? We recognize when they are innovative, but what we need nowadays, also due to the urgencies of some of the challenges that have been discussed long today, those actions need to be disruptive. Disruptive intended here as able to change trajectories, break system resistances, and enabling systemic transformation, changing trajectories. This means we need to go somewhere else. This is difficult to accept, but that's the challenge. They need to be experimental, meaning that we are not sure of the impacts, of the results, of the achievements of what we are trying to do. And this means that for us, any learning from these actions is precious, positive or negative. And this means that we need to learn together. And this is what many of the programs of the activities of the initiatives that have been presented today are in this direction. We need to implement networked experiments. Why? Because we have to learn from each other to make knowledge, the knowledge that we will develop in these experiments, a common good. This is already challenging. Why? Because knowledge is one of those resources that we consider crucial for competitiveness, and not all are, available to share what they learn from experiments. So this is a change in the mindset, a crucial change in the mindset. We need actions which are inclusive. Everybody is a resource. This has been said so well yesterday when the different speakers in the performances that we have witnessed told us, hey, we could learn, the artists, we could learn from others. This is not what we are used to, and we need to make this our lifestyle. Also, we need actions which are mission-oriented, so they need to be tailored towards relevant societal challenges. We have big ones in front of us, and this means that we have to mobilize all our energies, all our cognitions, skills, competences towards those challenges. If actions are like this, then innovation can be tested, can be developed, can be adopted through action. And that's why the title of this presentation is reversed. It's not action for innovation, but innovation in action. We cannot wait to prove that some initiatives are good. We need to rush to make action already innovative, already having a transformative capacity, even eventually running small risks, but if we learn together, this would be anyway an added value. So, if this is true, innovation is able to scale through action and through action to enable transition. The second question, why and how the NEB? She was much better than me, but let me just point out a couple of things. So, summarizing what has been said before me, the new European Bauhaus initiative wants to connect art, culture, and creativity to the European Green Deal, which is there, to warn us, don't forget where we should go, and to our living spaces and experiences. And it looks at projects, places, practices, and experiences that are beautiful, sustainable, inclusive. In the previous presentation, we had a clear understanding of what these three pillars are. But let me go to what Marcel Proust told us quite some years ago. Art is one of the supreme opportunities for that gentle revolution of senses and mind that breaks through the constraints of habit and inertia and points the way to a genuinely new life for each of us. So let me go back to the previous slide and tell you that this idea of breaking the inertia should be with us in every minute of what we are doing. Because these three terms, beauty, sustainability, and inclusiveness, are very often reshaped with interpretations which are fully functional to stick in the inertia. And I think this is what we should warn ourselves. We should change the inertia. And if the actions that we have talked earlier are those as we are imagining in this room today, well, Salvatore Iaconesi and Oriana Persico, one of them is no longer with us, but they told art is open source. Why? Because as artists, they were trying to get engaged by the challenges, and they understood perfectly that in order to plug in real systems and their phenomena, we need a multiple amount of knowledge, skills, capacity, competences. So neither artists can do this together. Maybe this is a bit extreme. We know that we love many artistic and creative and design production which are developed, in individual spheres, but to achieve what the new European Bauhaus is asking us to do, we need to conceive innovation, creative action as open source. What are the challenges in this perspective? We need to create, as it has been incredibly well said before me, co-creation environments where artists, creative people, designers, architects are engaged with others skills, with other abilities, to make visible the hidden and its consequences for people, living creatures, and common goods. We need to be together to co-create together action having a political and symbolic value, to deprogram the imaginary. This is crucial. We need to change trajectories. We need to understand really what we can do in a disruptive manner by creating new utopian and dystopian narratives, so decolonizing systems of representations which are there to stick us on the same trajectories. And obviously, to take direct action, we need to enter the real. We need to be there, to make dirty our hands, not with blood, with good things. And we need to do this, obviously, to start a new, reshaped dialogue between human beings and nature. Now, this is just a part of the challenges that this implies, because it's difficult. We have collected here many good stories, but they are not enough yet. Why? Because these are the challenges. First of all, we don't have a unique language to make all those competences, skills, professionals talk together. They may have huge cultural distances that we need to understand how to make eventually values rather than problems, to reshape dialogues, to talk about new manner to interpret things when values appears to be in conflict rather than being synergic. We need visions to drive us in this long and challenging trip that we are trying to do, even breaking resistances and understanding how to deal with interests which keep us always in the same pathway. So, in the palimpsest project, we took it seriously, and this is what makes me worried every day, because I think we may fail. We may fail. Palimpsest is a Greek term that means rewriting over the papyrus, and which was a practice that was such that every time you rewrite over a papyrus, you write actually on a new structure, on something new, because it is continuously remade, but is always the same support. So the idea was to consider this practice in this manner, to look at practices which are shaping landscapes, like those that everyone knows in agriculture. We know very well, I don't know, the hills in Tuscany. They are so well known, and so we consider them so nice. They are the result of what we have written over time with practices there. So the project Palimpsest will bring in the rethinking of those practices which are challenged by important environmental problems, to understand what can we do to improve those practices or to change those practices, to make those practices able to produce new sustainable landscapes, which are now very fragile. And in this respect, we will launch a call in a few days from now to engage creative agents, artists, architects, and designers to work with us in residencies that we will run in the 3 pilots that are joining the Palimpsest project, to create transition drivers for heritage landscape sustainability, to leverage, to really make explicit the social function of architecture, art, and design for sustainable landscape generation, and by discovering where the added value of these creative agents is, we hope we will be able to also support and empower the cultural and creative industries. We have several already working with us. We will run a call that will be based on narratives that is based already. I have today already checked it again. That will be run over narratives and scenarios that we have developed already in a co-creation environment with many actors working in the 3 pilots. We will run what we call the creative dialogues. We will meet some of them so that they will be better engaged in the contexts. They will make a final submission. We will select a team or a group, we will see, and we will engage them in what we call, what is very well known in the architects and artists world, these residential workshops, twice in the pilots, to develop prototypes that we are still far from imagining what they will be. We will do it together with them. And we will also test these prototypes in the real of the pilot's context. We will do this in these 3 pilots. Łódź in Poland is a very fragile city. The most of it is an urban tissue made of buildings which were there for textile industries. They are regenerating these areas, bringing back citizens to this area, with so providing also a decent living function, residential functions, but they are doing this within an incredible challenge. This city is in one of the most polluted area in Europe because of the position, because of the geography, because of some practices. And so the idea is to understand how to create this landscape in a manner which is also taking on board the challenge of air and water pollution. Jerez de la Frontera, I don't need to comment that much on that, is one of the best known region for the production of wine and for the production of many other things. So the identity is very clear, is very strong. Still, they are also very good for wind power plants because it's one of the most windy region, and there is a great attention on this. So we need to understand what to do here, how these 2 practices can cohabit this area, this context, and try to find the best we can. We are in one of the biggest conflict that we can experience in this making of the challenge. Milano and the metropolitan area of Milano, where recently we are experiencing one of the never-seen drought. Citizens in this area are not used at all to this. Usually the problem is just the contrary, too much water. While now there are practices like rice production, for example, which are suffering from the lack of water. And no practice exists in the area from residential or agriculture that deals with this problem, even in a region where we deal with 4 kinds of water, rivers. First level groundwater, which is a bit polluted, but so good to be used for drying plants. Second and third level of underground water, different categories, different kind of waters, quality of waters, all used in a manner which is not at all sustainable, not at all capable to give this region the capacity to deal with this problem. So, stay tuned. The call will be out in a few days. We would be happy to host you in our initiatives, and thank you very much for your attention and for inviting me this day.
Thank you. Grazie. Grazie. I'm thinking about calling you next time to host with me. Thank you for that energy. It's incredible, and that passion, no? It's the kind of passion we need for after lunch. And yeah, and she talks about challenges with that smile. Next time I face a challenge, I might try to smile the same way. Anyway, let's continue. I wanted to ask you, can you imagine seeing trees in urban places where you don't expect them to be? Is this really possible? Well, I'm not going to answer this. I'm going to let the architect, urban planner, and professor of urban planning at the Polytechnic University in Milan, in Italy, Stefano Boeri, make us all dream of green buildings. Due to scheduling incompatibilities, Mr. Boeri couldn't be here, but he will be joining us online. So welcome, Mr. Boeri. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Just a few words. I would love to use the time you gave me to show what we believe is possible to do in order to make our city more livable and basically to make our cities greener. So I think we can share. You can start to share the screen. Okay. Do you see the map? Yes, thank you so much. So this map is showing basically where cities are. Small, middle-sized, big cities, megalopolis, metropolis, and so on. But well, if you imagine that we could, let's say, concentrate all what is urban environment, all our cities in one unique part of the emerged land of the planet. Let's see, for instance, for example, what we could do in Europe. Well, we will not cover more than the 3/4% of the surface of the emerged land of the planet. And why? Cities are continuously growing, as we all know. They are, let's say, also producing several effects on the environmental condition of the planet. And we know, for instance, that not simply they are consuming a larger part of the natural resources, but they are also producing 75–80% of the CO2 emission that when even the atmosphere of the planet produce all these disaster effects that are connected with global warming and climate change. On the other side, and that's why we are so interested in the idea to implement the green and forested surfaces of the planet. We know we have basically more or less 3 trillion trees in the planet that if we could, let's say, do the same, this kind of impossible Pangea, we will cover the 30% of the surface of the emerging land of the planet. And we know well, not only that this surface is shrinking every year, and this disaster of deforestation, but this disaster is also war because we still think how much this forest Pangea is helping us, not only to protect and conserve and reproduce biodiversity, but also to absorb the CO2 that we have already produced. So the warehouse that we have already produced in our atmosphere. Basically, these are some of the reasons that are, let's say, pushing us to work on the direction to implement the green and biological surfaces, also where we need to have more trees. So exactly in the place of the world, cities that are at the origin of climate change and that are the important producer of CO2. Last but not least, we know well that how the presence of plants, the presence of trees, the presence of land could help us to face with one of the most serious problems that we will have in our cities, in Europe, basically also in the next year, which is how the heat waves are more and more investing larger part of our continent. And we know well how, this is an example of Milano last August, and together with the drought, this heat waves was extremely strong. You see here how the presence of plants, the presence of trees, and in this case also the presence of our vertical forest in Milano are really helping us to reduce of 35 degrees on the horizontal and vertical surface of the city, heat produced by this, let's say, island effect that it's there did not feel publicly told. What you can see here also some observation about how this is going to happen also this year. And again, we know well that plants are extremely helpful. So they help us to absorb CO2, they help us to absorb the dust that are present in the urban pollution, in the air. They protect biodiversity, they conserve water, they also are helping us in producing this canopy, this idea of possible diffusion of shadow that will reduce heat of urban surface. All what we could do in order to implement the biological surface is a way also to, let's say, demineralize the surfaces of our urban environment. And basically, this is what we have tried to do in these last years. And this is a book we have just published with Actar. Actar is a very famous Barcelona-based publisher who has worked with us in many projects. And this book is just a way also to thank all the people from different parts of the world that have inspired and collaborated and really, let's say, helped us to do what we have done and we are still doing. Basically, we were part of different COP sessions, the last one in Sharm, and our role was basically ways to try to straighten the idea that city should follow a different direction in terms of balance between mineral and vegetal surfaces. And this is, for instance, the manifesto that we have written together with Norman Foster just a few months ago. We have presented in San Marino. Just to go back to urban forestation, probably the most known example of our work is this building in Milano. This building was built in 2014, but basically the first trees were moved from the nursery that we normally use to heat the construction site to the construction site in 2012. So we could see that this building is there since 12 years. And it's extremely interesting to see how this kind of, let's say, urban ecosystem works, because it's, as you know, a combination of 21,000 plants of different species, 300 basically people, and more than 20 different species of birds that are nesting there. And it's extremely interesting to see how this cohabitation works. We honestly could say that after 10 years, the results are extremely brilliant, and we are very happy of how this complementary cohabitation is, let's say, going ahead. And for this reason, also, we have been asked to not to replicate, but to try to reinterpret the same typology of a building where living nature is not simply an ornamental presence, not simply decoration, but it's a basic component of our idea of architecture, could be reinterpreted and in a way renovated in different costs and different places and different also climate conditions. We have worked a lot in order to solve some of the issues that we are to do when we have to imagine to cover a high-rise building, in this case with plants, with trees, and that's probably one of the reasons we are extremely proud that also this is the 11th Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations is voting our project as one of the main reference, and how also we are used to be quoted for that reason. But basically what we do is very simple. We study the climate condition of every different place, then we select together with our botanist experts, basically our local expert, the trees and the plants and the shrubs that are more adaptable to the specific condition of humidity and climate condition. And when we have selected the trees and the plants, we study how every species needs in terms of space. And only at that very moment, we start to design the facade, to distribute the balconies, the loggias, to create the voids that are the necessary space for the growth of the plants. We have experienced many also imagining trouble that at the beginning when we are proposing to build a high-rise building with plants, like how we can, let's say, react or make our plants resisting to extreme windy condition. Another very important issue is about water management. We have and still working so much from that point of view. We are now in many different parts to work with projects that has this idea of greenery as its main reference. I'm showing you only 2 or 3 examples. This is the building we have built 2 years ago in Eindhoven, in Holland, in Netherlands. And what makes this building for us extremely important in terms of, let's say, research steps, is a social housing vertical forest. So it's a building, is a rise that was costing less than half the one that we built in Milano, thanks to prefabrication, thanks also to our, let's say, tensor research on materials, on combination of pots, soil, and greeneries. And this is only for rental for students. And this is probably one of the last result, I believe, successful result of what we have done, and that we are replicating in different part of the world. But just to demonstrate that the idea of a vertical forest is affordable for everybody. We have done the same in China, in Hangguang, and you see here some images of the 2 towers, the social housing tower, that were costing 1/5 of the cost of the vertical forest in China. At the same time, we are exploring also other direction, like this is in case of Utrecht, in the Netherlands, where this building is a vertical forest with let's say, polyvalent function. So it has an office basement and a commercial at the basement, with the parent and different typology of residential residences. And you see here the building which is already in construction, and you can see what a different composition in this case of balcony and loggias, and they are going very well. So just to show you how we are trying to declinate for every specific place what we have done in Milano, what we have in a way discovered, also what we have understood in terms of success, also in terms of mistake. We have learned a lot from the mistakes that we have done with the first project, with the first prototype. And from that point of view, I think it's so great to imagine how architecture sometimes could act as, let's say, a laboratory, an experiment in any sense. We are also working on the horizontal surface of our building. I show you very briefly some example. This is, for instance, the hospital that we are building in the center of Milano, who has a 7,000 square meter garden for all patients, the medicine and the operator of the hospital. And there's another, let's say, demonstration of how biodiversity and connection are the 2 keywords for this kind of new idea of architecture. But as we know, we are also proposing some intervention at the scale of the urban settlement. For instance, this is a project that we have proposed for Genève, where we have decided to propose an idea of the future of Genève connected with Annecy French, Genève, Switzerland, Annecy French, with this constellation of small urban village connected and surrounded by a linear ring of forestation. And what makes this project that we believe extremely interesting is not simply that it is superimposed to the next accelerator of the CERN, that is one of the most important European centers for research and physics, but it's also that at the center of this new, let's say, urban constellation and green constellation, we don't have an urban center, historical center, we don't have let's say, a downtown, we don't have a monument or a church or a kiosk or a mosque, but we have a mountain the Salers Mountain. And this is how we are also imagining to put biodiversity and the cohabitation of different living species at the center of a new idea of a metropolis, of an idea of an archipelago metropolis. And that's, for us, it's a starting point of many other projects we are developing in different parts of the world. This is, for instance, Cancun in southwest Mexico, where we are building these universities, city research with that has been this shows that selected in order to substitute a very large concrete platform that was put inside the mangrove forest to build a huge mall. So we proposed to substitute this huge concrete platform with this idea of a forest city that is also connected with a system of water canal that use desalination and solar energy to reach a kind of energetical self-sufficiency. And also it's extremely important from the point of view of distribution of food and greenhouse all around that really can guarantee a very important sufficient term also how a city is fed by these elements. You see here this city forest in the middle of a mangrove forest in southwest Mexico. But we are also involved in many projects in a part of the world where the main issue is the scarcity of water and the necessity of shadows. This is, for instance, Riyadh, where we have been asked to imagine how to make the entire city greener and shadowed. And so the project is extremely, let's say, challenging, and we came back with a variety of solutions that are adding the green surfaces at the same time, trying to, let's say, to reduce the use of water at minimum, and to make the city shadowed also in public space more what's happening. So this is a project that probably could be, let's say, interpreted as an attempt to solve an extreme condition, but we know well that this kind of condition are now also more and more present in our South European condition and more, and these are some of the solutions that we are studying for Riyadh. I love to conclude with the amazing idea I believe that you all know of our friend Richard Weller's idea to imagine a world park where all the biodiversity hotspots of the planet can be connected through a system of planetary green and biodiversity corridors. And this idea was also promoted as inspiration of the project that we are developing in Milano called Forestami. The idea is to plant 3 million trees in 10 years. And we are going very fast on that. And to the project of Parco Italia, which is, if you want, a continuation of the Richard Weller concept also in our country, starting from the connection of all the natural park, maritime park, and so on. So it's a project that is now started with a very ambitious proposal to plant several millions of plants and trees, but basically it's a way to put together the concept of connectivity and the concept of biodiversity that are I believe, the two pillars of the future of what we are going to do. I want to simply conclude inviting all of you to come to Washington, October 16-20. We are organizing together with FAO and many other CISEF, Politecnico Milano, Smithsonian Garden, let's say many other international institutions, the second World Forum on Urban Forests. The first one was 5 years ago in Mantua, in Italy. And we believe that will become let's say, milestone in the improvement of thoughts about urban forestation in our planet. Thank you so much for your attention and inviting me.
Grazie, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. For those of you who have not been in Madrid, for instance, there's this plaza in Madrid called Puerta del Sol, and that's a big concrete frying pan. Right now it's probably 40 degrees, and you can probably fry an egg on the ground. So maybe we should just put them in contact with people like Mr. Boeri. Just saying. Anyway, we are now for our new coffee break. It'll be 20 minutes. See you after.
Colourful and
that has so much innovation and
Hello again. Welcome back. Sorry for this brief delay. We'll get back to it quickly. So please take a seat. As you may imagine, some cities are already integrating the concepts of the new Bauhaus. In this roundtable, the examples presented aim to give a comprehensive overview of what can be achieved with sustainability, inclusiveness, and beauty. Annemie Wickmans from Stavanger in Norway, Deborah Domingo Calabuch from Valencia, Spain, and Desislava Koleva from Grabovo in Bulgaria are going to share with us their experience in this matter. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have the king's chair.
Yes, I don't think I like it.
Good. Good afternoon. I hope everyone had a very nice coffee and you're ready for the next part of this afternoon session. We've already heard some wonderful presentations. And just before the break, you heard from Maria and Grazia about the new European Bauhaus Lighthouse projects and about, the big palimpsest project, etc., trying to make this happen on the ground. And I wanted to present to you this afternoon what we are doing in the city of Stavanger in Norway. I will try to. Yes. So Stavanger has, over the past 100 years, has changed tremendously. 100 years ago, it was known as a town for fishery. There was a lot of industry around fishing, primary resources. Then oil and gas happened, 60s, 70s, and it became kind of the oil and gas capital of Norway and perhaps even of the world, unfortunately. As we heard earlier today, we'd like to keep the oil in the ground. And of course, this is a big challenge for a city like Stavanger, where so many people, both locals and internationals, living there, working there, have their source of income related to this. So Stavanger wanted to reinvent itself. Then it became a smart city, so it worked a lot with digitalization. And a few years ago, we thought, well, why don't we use all of that creativity, all of that entrepreneurship that is there to become a new European Bauhaus lighthouse project? So even some of the same people that spent a lot of their career trying to find oil and gas, creative ways of finding these resources, of managing them, of finding good business models for them, could we transfer that into becoming a new European Bauhaus lighthouse with inclusive, beautiful, sustainable, and cooperative transformations? That's, of course, quite a big challenge, but that's what we're now in the middle of doing. So, behind me you see a brief overview of the type of project that is being set up. So we're one of those 6 new European Bauhaus Lighthouse projects, NEBSTAR, New European Bauhaus Stavanger. And together with Utrecht and Prague, so 2 other European cities, and then with a Nordic and a European platform, we are trying to experiment, to test, to learn, and to share. And the thing is that we try this first in Stavanger in a few test cases, and then we see if it would also work in Utrecht or Prague, and then we see if it would work in other Nordic cities and European cities. So it's not just in a rich Nordic city that it would work, but that it also works in other cities. And we are working with then topics like using food as a meeting space. So it's easy to say that, yes, we need to bring people together, they have to work together, but often people are hesitant, or they think, no, that has nothing to do with me, or I won't get anything out of it, or so. And often food can be an easier way to get people to join, maybe to ease people's minds a bit, and to work together, to start to talk together. Similar with like setting up temporary exhibitions or so, So finding different ways to get people to work and talk together. Arts and culture also plays a very important role in this. Now, in Stavanger, we have 2 test beds. And we thought, well, you know, we could have chosen the wonderful heritage sites that you have within the city, the very idyllic spaces with the small wooden houses and, you know, lots of green and lots of clean air, etc. And we thought, nah, let's not do that. Let's take really challenging spaces. And we chose 2. One is Pedersgata, so it's a street that goes from the city center to the east of the center, to the east of the city. And the other one is a kind of industrial site that needs to be transformed. So this is his first one. This is Pedersgata. It kind of, this is already a lot of the after or even like in between pictures. A few years ago, I was there, I think, the first time 10 years ago, and it was a street where you wouldn't want to walk in the evening. Definitely not by yourself. You might hurry through it. If you really, really need to be there, ideally you take a taxi, and you know, you definitely don't want to walk around there. And then with the local community, with the municipality, with local volunteering organizations, a lot of work has been done to make the space more livable, to make it feel more safe and secure, and for local people to gain pride in living and working in that street. Because that was another challenge. A lot of people there stay there maximum 1 or 2 years. So it's kind of a street where when you move to the city, you might need to be there because it's cheaper and, you know, quality is lower. So, but as soon as you can afford it, you move out. Now, the challenge is then, how do we make that street more livable without gentrifying it? We want to drive away the people that need to be there, that want to be there. So we work with local artists. There's a lot of artists in the space. There's a lot of cultural organizations, again, because the rent is quite cheap. And then they kind of, you know, find each other. There's loads of volunteering organizations. There's also linking to sports. There's local entrepreneurs that are making a hot sauce, you know, in Norway, in very cold climates. Making a hot sauce is a little bit challenging, but ambitious. So there's been a lot of work to change the physical environment, using color, using more attractive materials, working with people to see what is it they need, where do they feel safe, where is it challenging, and how can we change this? Do we have any local ideas that could be used? So there's a lot of spaces like, you know, a leftover space under a bridge, or loads of things you can see on the pictures here, like also parked cars basically blocking the street, and how do we work with this? And even then also street artists. Of course, there's a lot of resistance towards graffiti, but they work together with the local community then to take some of these old, a bit run-down spaces and to create something nice with color. And for example, the upper left one, the picture you see, so it says nærhet, which is like vicinity, it's local presence, it's, you know, we're here, we're trying to do something. And that creates a lot of pride, a lot of ownership within the community. And of course, because it's not just about the built environment, it's mainly about people. Getting people involved, not someone coming in and changing it, but getting people involved in taking part of it. It might go slower. You know, it might take more time, more discussions, more disagreements, but in the end, the result will be so much better. So a lot of people are involved from the local community, experts, local inhabitants. You know, we think that the inhabitants, after all, are experts in living and using the area. So how do we get that expertise in? And then even the municipality created a small local office. It's one of the tiniest offices ever. You see it on the corner and then up there. It's like 8 square meters. It's just a presence, you know, and then often someone from the municipality is there. They're drinking a coffee. You can go by. You can talk with them. You can tell them if something's not working as it is, etc., etc. So we even, when we started the project, we had the idea that, you know, with this community, with these arts and culture people, etc., we should do something together. There is an old brewery at the end of the street, and there's some performances, some street artists, etc. And we thought, yeah, you know, let's pull everyone together. Let's set up a performance in that old brewery, invite the whole community, the city to come and watch. And then we thought, you know, probably that's too ambitious. We won't make it, etc. And then yesterday evening, when many of us were at this wonderful performance at the Museo, I thought, okay, wow. Barcelona has done it, you know. The thing that we in Stavanger had been talking about for a long time, but then never dared to realize, Barcelona has done that. So after the performance of yesterday evening, I wrote to my colleagues and said, okay, you know, now we have to do it. You know, you can see here's documentation, they've done it. We can learn from them, and next year, for example, let's do this as well. It is possible. So that was a huge inspiration. So thank you for that. Now, another site is a place that you would usually just drive by. It's like these old industry buildings, like space left over, and then you just put some of these old warehouses, etc., in there. No one would want to be there. But we decided, okay, we need to do something with this as well. So also here you have, this is more for businesses to join together as entrepreneurs to see what they could do with the space, and their aim is then to become one of the role models for wood construction, green roofs. We'll take inspiration from Stefano Boeri and try to see what could happen, and not just with, you know, professionals that already are established, but also then bringing local kids in to work with them to see what could be done, because we don't want kids to grow up and think, oh, oil and gas is my main business. We want to show that there are other actionable futures. So that's also a very important part to work with. Now, right, so that was, you know, if you translate it, so the playground for future professionals. So that's what that site wants to do. So they are really, in the way they promote things, in the way they work, they really want to attract kids, youth, to be part of transforming the place, and not just being part of something that other professionals are organizing, but to try to get them to become entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, artistic entrepreneurs, youth entrepreneurs, to try to really create new services, new solutions, new ideas, and to bring them into practice together. So there's a dedicated program to do that, and then of course also the promotional videos, etc., are also, everything they do is linked to getting kids in, so to minimize the distance. Now, we don't just want to do this because it makes us feel good, or, you know, we want to show that we contribute to making the city climate neutral, to making it climate resilient, and beautiful, inclusive, cooperative, sustainable. So one of the things we're doing, and together with more than 70 cities in Europe, as part of CRAFT, we are trying to see then, could we measure not just the usual ones, you know, the technical environmental performance, the quality of health and then life, etc., but also the cultural and social sustainability, the bottom left part. And could we not just measure that, but could we also then link that to technical environmental performance, energy, mobility, circularity, nature-based solutions, etc. So how do they link? How do they reinforce each other? Can we show that? Can we use that to convince politicians, real estate developers, etc.? And I know a lot of people in the room here are doing something similar, so I would really like to discuss with you how you're doing this, so we can learn together and share that with all of these cities. Here's a few examples of the things we try to do from culture and from energy side. So we try to make it also as a discussion tool. And as I already said, so we want to work a lot with youth entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, artistic entrepreneurship, to really try to make this happen with arts and culture to create a different kind of discussion, getting people out of their usual way of thinking and thinking, what if this is possible? So the example from Barcelona of, okay, you know, we did this, we made this happen with the community, that is really, you know, that's amazing. So I'll take that back with me to Stavanger, and hopefully next year we can show you. You can come and visit us, and we can show you then how we took your inspiration and materialized it in Stavanger. So, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the new European Bauhaus Go South initiative from the city of Valencia point of view. And congrats for the organization of the event. I really think it is awesome what we are living here these days. I will start by retaking the topic of beauty that has been announced before. And I will try to summarize very, very shortly what the history of beauty has been. I'm an architect, so allow me to use architecture examples. And I will just, highlight 3 or 4 points. First of it is, yes, the classical tradition. The classical tradition was a moment starting from the Renaissance and until the mid-18th century, in which beauty was quite a stable definition, has quite a stable definition because it was based on Greek and Roman antiquity, and we had this concept of aesthetics based on mathematical proportions and a very balanced way of doing things. In architecture, here is an example, a classical example. We all appreciate, we all see that this is beautiful, and we all accept it, I mean widely. If we move, I'm running. If we move to modernism in this moment in which, we start talking about abstract language and architects start doing things with white shapes and very, pure shapes and forms, I don't know if we all agree that we all like this, but of course this has also an aesthetic beauty based on composition. Not so based on mathematical logics, but yes, it was based on a compositional and a sense of taste. Perhaps only for some architects, but it was based on that. But let's move on and go to postmodernism. Then things become to be very complicated. Architecture starts speaking its own language. The discipline becomes very autonomous, and I would not say everybody will like these kind of buildings we as architects build during these times. But fortunately, we arrived to a new definition of beauty, and is the one that is announced in the new European Bauhaus initiative, with the motto, beautiful, sustainable, together. And I really, really, really thank those people who imagined this beautiful concept, because the definition is making easier the life of architects. I will explain it, actually. In the definition of beautiful, we find actually that beauty is considering other aspects, such as the ones we are seeing here: diverse cultures, disciplines, spaces affordable, everything that has to do with, in a way, functionality and inclusiveness. At the same time, beautiful also is considered as sustainable. And of course, all that has to do with ecosystems, natural cycles, biodiversity. And at the end, beautiful means enriching experience and an opportunity to learn from each other. I am very thankful for that, because I am a professor of architectural design, and trying to transmit that, to teach that to my students is much more easier than the postmodernism concept of beauty. And actually, after this launch of the new European Bauhaus initiative in September 2020, some colleagues that gathered together in the European Association for Architectural Education were quite excited about this new definition of beauty and all that was possible thanks to this new European Bauhaus initiative. And we were discussing about gathering together and trying to define these particularities that new European Bauhaus was trying to include in a global definition. And therefore, some colleagues from the Porto University, from the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia, the place I come from the École Nationale Supérieure de Toulouse, from the University of Bologna, University of Zagreb, and University of Athens, decided to create a group called New European Bauhaus Go South. This group has been recognized as a New European Bauhaus Lab, and we are very thankful for that. And we start thinking about what do we share? What do we share? These 6 countries in Europe, and we share a lot of things. We are this tomato Europe. We are this olive oil Europe. We are the sunny Europe. We are also the loud Europe. We are emotionally, we are sexually repressed according to this. We are wine Europe, and we drink coffee, not tea. Okay, but see, more seriously, we share these climate stripes, okay? And this is really a serious problem, because they look very similar even when we register very hot temperatures. And that is defining our way of doing, our way of designing the cities and our architecture, because we are in the epicenter of the climate change. Some experts have called the Mediterranean the zone zero of these hot temperatures, drought, desertification, and of course, we are the countries that will be hosting, I would say welcoming, those climate refugees coming from the north of Africa. So we have a great responsibility with that. We start meeting these schools, sharing the topics that were our worries. So, for example, Athens shared and organized an event on landscape. Landscape is a factor determining the way we design our cities. Of course, the question of housing was raised by Porto University, and very importantly, also how we frame collectivity. Collectivity, the way we share public spaces, we live in them, etc., etc. In the Universitat of Oporto, we discussed about the city and its urban morphologies. In Valencia, we talk about kilometer zero, which will be the topic I will develop later on. And finally, France developed the topic geo-biosourced materials, something that is also very particular, has some specificities. So going into kilometer zero architecture, what I would like to say is that, well, I will start by presenting you or letting you know a little bit about Valencia. Valencia is just on the south of Barcelona, for 300 kilometers, 3 hours by train. And it's a city close to the sea, also Roman-founded city. This is the metropolitan area. We have a population of 700,000 people, and if we consider the metropolitan area is 1.7 million people. The river Turia was redirected to the south due to a full floods that we have in the 60s, and it's a significant element in the urban morphology. Actually, we have nowadays a riverbed park that is a linear infrastructure that is determining the way we live in the city, because from any neighborhood you can reach this park quite easily. So it provides like a linear, as I said, green infrastructure. We have a very dense city center, a medieval town that was surrounded by walls until the 18th century. And then we have the neighborhoods, of course, that looks very similar to the Eixample here in Barcelona. The city is surrounded by traditional farmlands, and this is what we call the Huerta de Valencia, and these farmlands act as our pantry. We cultivate the vegetables and the fruits we eat in these farmlands, and at the same time, these farmlands act as a green nut belt. But also, in the south of the city, we have a natural park called the Albufera, which is a natural lake surrounded by rice fields, because if you don't already know, paella was invented in Valencia. At least the original one is cooked in Valencia. This is a topic for discussion afterwards. Well, Valencia has been on the news recently, in the recent years, because Valencia hosted the World Design Capital in 2022. Also, Valencia has been one of the 7 Spanish cities among the more than 100 cities that are being selected for this Climate Mission 2030. Valencia has been finalist in the Europe Innovation Awards and has also developed a strong 2030 agenda. And recently, also Valencia has been awarded as a European Green Capital Award for 2024. But this is not, a coincidence. In fact, actually, we've been doing tasks all together. From the university, from the town council, all the citizens have been pushing a strong agenda. We've been doing our homework, I would say, quite well. Okay? The town council has enhanced all that has to do with this eating healthy and eating locally and reactivating all the traditional markets. We have been moving to a more sustainable city by and also encouraging to link all the green areas to enhance a healthier life, to provide more trees, actually to increase our biodiversity. And a new model of transportation has been developing in the last years. More than, hundreds of kilometers of new bike lanes, not only in the city, but also in the metropolitan area. And this is a good combination to start thinking about these values of the new European Bauhaus, because it comprises more or less everything, all the keywords that are in the initiative. I will just retake this idea of the kilometer zero slow food, because this is a quite well-known movement that starts quite years ago, and that has to do with this Huerta de Valencia and the renaissance of our local markets and the idea of eating, healthy and eating locally in a way to have an edible city. Because if we move this concept from our food, our way of eating, to our way of designing, we can find some parallel topics that will be, quite interesting to comment. Kilometer zero in urban planning and kilometer zero in architectural design is possible. It is just about to strengthen some topics and making valuable some of our local resources. So if we talk about kilometer zero in urban planning or built environment or territorial development, it is about trying to link and to put into value our existing geographies. But it's also, for example, with this example that, by the way, is an example placed here in Barcelona. But also, when we talk about urban planning, it's about, moving people and making them aware that what we have is that what we need to put in place and what we need to use. So this tactical urbanism that has been developed recently in Valencia has been very important to create this sense of community and to discover what we already have. But in the area of architecture and architectural design, I will just point out perhaps two factors that are very significant. The first of it is to consider the material with which we build. Okay? Actually, when we talk about sustainability in architecture, we go quickly into the topic of circularity and of making things reusable and recyclable, so working with dry joints in architecture, prefabricated, etc. But there is a circularity that has to do with using our own local resources that is also very important. And one of the examples is this house that has been built only with manufacturers surrounding the village in which the house was placed. And also, the second topic that we need I need to point out here highlight here in this kilometer zero architecture concept is the idea of, with a language modern, try to use and to put in value and to put in place the same things that vernacular architecture was doing. Actually, architecture is a building, is a device. It's a device in which you can use what you already know, it works. And when we talk about Mediterranean architecture, it's about cross ventilations, it's about double skins, it's about opening and closing, so you can keep good temperature with very, very few energy and just using the knowledge that already our ancestors used. But of course, by combining this with modern language. So actually, I mean, this is what we are trying to teach nowadays in our schools of architecture. Kilometer zero architecture has become a very relevant topic when teaching in architecture studios, and it's the way we can contribute to this new European Bauhaus Go South laboratory, who actually is accepting, through a call for joining us, schools is accepting new members to come in. So you're welcome if you want to join. Just a last slide to emphasize this idea of circularity that should be retaken in a certain way. The shorter the loop is, the higher the level of circularity will be. So it is not about building new buildings with materials that could be later on recycled. It's about building less. It's about using less materials. It's about refusing, rethinking, reduce. Otherwise, we are just feeding a system in which we need to put energy to in a way, survive. Okay, so I promised this was going to be my last slide. So if we are doing all this in Valencia, I mean, if we are using creativity, sustainability, regeneration, talking about circularity, etc., I believe we are all, of course, all doing a more beautiful city. Thank you very much.
So it's a challenge to be the last one. After these interesting presentations, first I want to say thank you, Barcelona, and thank you, FECYT team, for this best organization, inviting Gabrovo as one of the cities presented today. My goal will be just to remind you that the process before Bauhaus started with the Smart Cities projects in Horizon 2020, and Gabrovo is one of the fellow cities participating in the last project with 53 partners. The name of the project is Response, which means integrated solutions for positive energy and resilient cities. I will start to present not the project, but Gabrovo and the impact of the project of Gabrovo. Just a short video how Gabrovo move forward and integrate European Bauhaus through innovations, culture, energy, and sustainability.
Colourful and diverse, with a distinctive look and character, this is the face of Gabrovo. Located in the heart of Bulgaria, the city has a unique history, a lively Renaissance spirit, and a huge potential for development. In Gabrovo, the traditional and the modern are skillfully combined. Resourceful and enterprising, the city's residents are turning their town into a modern European city. The standard of living, education, housing conditions, opportunities for career development, income level and traditionally low unemployment rate make Gabrovo a preferred place to live. The processing industry has long and deep traditions and is the driving force of the local economy. Gabrovo's intelligentsia was one of the driving forces behind the Bulgarian Industrial Revolution. Along with the industrial boom during the Renaissance, Gabrovo's urban landscape also changed. Today, Gabrovo is a city of innovation and technology. It has established itself as a hub for engineering solutions. It is among the first cities to introduce smart solutions for air quality monitoring. The city is the winner of the prestigious European Green Leaf Award for 2021 for the green transformation of the urban environment and one of the 100 cities included in the European Commission's mission for climate neutrality by 2030. The city provides quality, competitive and efficient education. It has 10 kindergartens and 12 schools with excellent facilities and equipment. Gabrovo ranks 5th in the country in terms of the number of graduates. The city's technical university is a spiritual continuation of the ideas of the country's leading visionaries. The famous Aprilov High School, Bulgaria's first modern secular school, was founded here in 1835. With its rich history, unique museums, ethnographic and architectural treasures, the city has excellent conditions for cultural tourism. It is not by chance that UNESCO named Gabrovo a creative city of crafts and folk art. The city is the world capital of laughter and jokes. Gabrovo's latest and most ambitious project is the Center for Contemporary Art, named after the world-famous artist Chris Stowe, a native of the city. The success of this idea will have a positive effect on the city and establish a new position for the country on the international cultural map.
Video because of this great event, and it was done just before the event. So it was represented because Gabrovo is not well known as a big city in Bulgaria, but the municipality has a very unique strategic location in Bulgaria. It's one of the well-known industrial centers as Bulgarian Manchester. So in the area we have more than 3,500 companies operating in mechatronics, electronics, robotics, and also textile and PVC production. But ICT is growing, and what is important is a transport corridor passing through north to south Bulgaria through Gabrovo, and the future project for a tunnel under the mountains is placing Gabrovo in a top position. Also, we have a second place in GDP in Bulgaria and the first in quality of life. What is important for us is that our team of experts in the municipality is working very hardly on 100 missions of EU, but we are members of the Covenant of Mayors since 2013, and we have now implementing the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, which is based on different solutions in urban mobility, in waste disposal, in energy efficiency, in all intelligent systems for building control, and also we integrate a lot of knowledge and we have technology transfer by the university to the companies. We have the second important technical university in Gabrovo is placed and Technopark is the biggest in Bulgaria. So we created Regional Innovation Center because of that, with 80% innovative advanced companies in membership of the Regional Innovation Center, and those are our labels. You have seen during the video that we have entrepreneurial region of the Commission, we have Green Leaf Award, we have also 100 missions like you. And it's a pleasure to be here to share our experience and to be part of this big family of people thinking about the future. This is our mission. We started in 1997, and we were, the Bulgarian municipality initiated the Association of Bulgarian Municipalities in Eco-Energy. So we were an energy pioneer in Bulgaria, and it's very normal to be a smart city and also to become a part of new European Bauhaus. This is a pleasure because the Response project, we've been invited as a fellow city, and we are fellow city with Brussels. We compare our efforts in this policy making in energy efficiency and energy management of buildings, but not only. The purpose is to make a replication plan based on the experience of Turku and Dijon, and to create the bold vision 2050. So the Response project, I will not speak about it because you saw there is a link for the website, and you can visit the website, and in fact you can make a very big review how the cities now are working together for smart cities as a mission. What is important to speak about smart cities is to think about integrated solutions for positive energy districts. I think that some part of this has been done by the professor architect before, because I think that when we think about energy efficiency and carbon neutrality, they are all together stick to not only to the buildings, not only to the transport system, not only to street lighting, not only to green infrastructure, road redevelopment, use of materials, etc., etc. But we are talking about the community itself and the raising of awareness of citizens and involvement of companies. I think that public-private partnerships, especially in this area, are very important. So this is a challenge, how we can involve the very advanced companies in development of technologies in order to be so prepared as public authorities to make the public procurement by technical specifications which are adequate to the market research and to make the most advanced technologies implemented in the cities. In order to have all the standards we are inviting now by New European Bauhaus. So what is important also is to have data. I think that Gabrovo is also very good in data collection, and we have data analysis dated back to 2003. We have a geoinformation system which is cadastre based, and we can now create 3D models and scenario about public spaces and redevelopment of it. What is interesting for us is also that it was mentioned during the movie, but the largest open-air museum in Bulgaria is, his name is Etera. It's created late in 1964. And because of the crafts in the area, which are very strong from the revival period, we have many crafts, and we are also a member of UNESCO Creative City Network for Crafts. And this made us very responsible to protection of crafts. Now we have ongoing projects for redevelopment of this museum, and this is a part of our mission in UNESCO, but it's connected to New European Bauhaus because we have to make the place very beautiful, and we have to have in mind that all Bulgarians, so foreign tourists are coming to Bulgaria and they are coming to Gabrovo and to Etera. So this is also a challenge. Here, I want to say something important for us. We are very entrepreneurial in our municipality, and we are well known with the jokes because we are capital of humor. And we have a big carnival in May, So we are members of the net of Carnival cities, together with many cities like Austin, Belgium, and many others. I know that this is important to mix all the measures regarding reuse, repurpose, and regeneration. This is part of 9R, because we have to think about the future of our kids and of our future as a beautiful, close to the nature, green, innovative future. So our mission is to be green, innovative, and smart. And now we have very big projects for infrastructure redevelopment, for a reduction of traffic because of CO2. We have multifamily building retrofitting, which is grow to 100, more than 120 block of flats to be renovated. And we have the first investment concept in USCF for cities, which is connected to carbon neutral industrial zone. I'm going to the main purpose of our meeting today. The largest project which is coming now under development for Gabrovo is the new museum for contemporary art, which is Christo and Jean-Claude, because Christo is born in Gabrovo. And we have a former textile school, which is quite huge, big concrete glass building, which have to be not demolished, but we find the way how we create new concept for architects' design, pre-design, and use of special materials according to the new standards. And we want to put the concept based on circularity and to be very innovative. So this is a new building concept design, and it's included in the area which is now the primary integrated territorial investment in the city around the river, where we will put big investments on green infrastructure pre-design, including biking paths and sporting areas. So now we are preparing the concept, and we will try to apply for the new call of the new European Bauhaus. We expect the investments about 20 million euro to be the refurbishment of the building. But what is the most important? We want this building to be alive, and we want to invite all young people, artists and creative people, creative industries, which is the fourth pillar of our smart specialization strategy, to become part of this alive building and to make it not only a museum, but a home for creative and artists in Gabrovo. So I hope to invite you soon, within 2 years, to be part of the opening of this new project of Gabrovo, which is huge and which is very strategic. And I hope that Christo will be very glad to have this heritage. So you are very welcome to us, and we are one of Eastern European cities with very big collaboration efforts and networking with all the cities in Europe. Thank you.
Gracias a las tres. Thank you for your 3 presentations. Okay, so we have reached the last of the presentations, but not least, listen to this, because for Johanna Leisner, the best way to look at the future is mitigating climate change through the conservation of cultural heritage. Johanna Leisner is a scientific and network director of cultural heritage and sustainability at the Fraunhofer Institute. Welcome, Johanna. Stage is all yours.
Yeah. Good evening or good afternoon, everybody. Buenas tardes a todos. Unfortunately, I cannot continue in Spanish or even Catalan, so I try to speak in English. Imagine, we have heard already a lot about cultural heritage and about climate change. I want to ask you something. Imagine what would be Europe without our cultural heritage? How would Barcelona look like without the Sagrada Familia, without the Barrio Gótico? How would Valencia look like without its famous historic buildings? Or how would Paris look like without the Eiffel Tower? And how would look like our little villages everywhere in Europe without the numerous old historic buildings and churches and cultural landscapes? And this is about what I would like to talk now. I would like to present in a nutshell what we have been doing in the European OMC expert group of member states, where we were looking into what are the impacts of climate change on the cultural heritage in Europe. Only to mention climate change, we have heard today many, many times, and that was the last report released in April, and it says Europe is the fastest warming continent in the world. So we have heard already a lot about the warming, but climate change is much more than warming temperatures. And in the next slide, you will see, I don't want to bring only negative information and news to you, but here you can see on the left side, this is the future of the global temperature when we install and fully implement the Paris Climate Agreement. On the right side, you will see our fantastic planet, how the global temperatures will rise if we continue on the path on which we are right now. We have been discussing it today many times. We must mitigate immediately, and you can see by the end of the century, we will reach temperatures in the north between 10 to 11 degrees in global average increase. And you have said it from Stavanger. And this is something I don't need to explain what that means to all of us. This is the last slide I will show about climate change, but this is the slide which has occupied myself very, very long time when I saw for the first time the results from the Greenland Ice Core project. And that shows that only in the last 10,000 years, that is called an isotopic thermometer, we had a stable climate. And this stable climate was the reason why we could build cities. That is the reason why we have developed our civilization. And that is the reason why we have developed agriculture. Before that time, we were hunter and gatherers because agriculture was not possible. If you don't know that in March or April you can go out and seed, and in summer you can harvest, then we will not be able to have this kind of agriculture we have been able to develop in the last 10,000 years. And what you can see here at the end, this little, where it is stable, that shows there was a temperature change only of 1 to 1.5 degrees. And before that time, the temperatures were changing up to 25 degrees, the global average temperature. And that is the big unknown. If we continue to increase our carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we don't know whether our climate system will become more unstable and we will enter again into this instability of the 10,000 years before. So I don't want to bring all these bad news, but of course that has an impact, and that shows us that we must take measures. and we can do it together. We are the creative peoples, scientists, artists, local decision makers, global decision makers. We can do something. So, okay. So, and now I would like to tell a little bit what Europe is doing in this sense for protecting cultural heritage and our historic cities. Most of the cities in Europe are historic cities. And what is the impact of climate change on our cultural heritage? That was the question we had to tackle. That was the so-called OMC group, Open Method of Coordination. That means every country, every member state can send a delegate into this group, whether it thinks that the topic is important or not. So you can see we have delegates from 25 member states and 3 associated countries, Iceland, Norway, and Switzerland. And we have received for the first time a political mandate, and the mandate was given by the Cultural Affairs Committee of the Council of the European Union. So we have received a political mandate, and that means the member states also have to do something in this case because the mandate was from the member states. So our task were, we wanted to look what is the state of play in the EU and in the member states regarding policies. Then what are the emerging threats of climate change on cultural heritage? And we also had to collect good practice examples. And we should also look into not only how it is impacted, but what can cultural heritage contribute to solve the climate crisis. We have heard already some examples. And last but not least, it is about awareness raising for the topics in society on the political decision-making level and of course also in the arts and creative sectors. And this is why I am invited here, and thank you for inviting me to this important conference. The output of our 2 years' work was a report, and in this report we were allowed to give 10 recommendations to the EU and to the member states. And you can see here on this picture, this is the Acropolis, the cradle of democracy in Europe. And some people ask me, why did you choose this picture? It is the Acropolis under the snow. It is under the snowstorm, and that also is the other side of the global warming. We will still see a lot of extreme events. And I have a colleague in Greece, and she said during her childhood, she never has seen the Acropolis under a snowstorm. So that's not only increasing temperature, but also increasing extreme events. So what is the situation in Europe concerning the policies? Where is cultural heritage and climate change written down in different policies? So 9 countries at all in Europe have no policies which are covering climate change and cultural heritage. In some countries, some plans exist for coordination between climate change and cultural heritage. But the most important difficulty is, that was also discussed today and yesterday, is that different ministries are responsible. Some are responsible for heritage, but climate change is responsible in other ministries. So that is a difficulty which we have to overcome. But of course, there are already some countries where cultural heritage and climate change is well implemented in national policies. And one of the countries is Spain. And here in the next slide, you can see Spain and also Italy, they have implemented cultural heritage and climate change in their national policies. And here you can see this is the Spanish National Climate Change Adaptation Plan, and they have a specific chapter dedicated to cultural heritage, what needs to be done, and this is very well implemented in this National Climate Change Adaptation Plan. Here you can see, you don't need to read it, the countries in yellow, they all have implemented cultural heritage in their national policies, and we have been looking into the National Sustainability Strategy, into the National Adaptation Plan, and into the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And this is the biggest budget package from the EU where the countries can draw any measures. And if you have not included cultural heritage in your National and Recovery Resilience Plan, of course it will be very difficult. And I'm from Germany, and you can see in Germany we have only mentioned a little bit of cultural heritage in the sustainability strategy, but we have not implemented in the National Adaptation Plan nor in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. That means we have still a lot of work to do. Then we have asked our delegates, what do you think are the biggest threats to cultural heritage from climate change? And we started our work in 2021. That was the year when northern France, Belgium, and parts of Netherlands and Germany were hit by an enormous flood we have never seen in the last 100 years. So no wonder severe precipitation was listed first, but also long heat waves, as it was also mentioned, Italy, and now I have heard in Mallorca, they have a strong heat wave. Droughts, sea level rise, that is especially important because many of our cultural heritage sites are along the coastal lines in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal. Germany has not so much of sea level rise, of course in the North Sea a little bit, but not so much as many other countries, but also indirect threats. Indirect threats as we see climate refugees, socio-economic pressures, limited budgets, all that has an important impact. But also the gradual climate change, the slow onset of increasing temperatures, fluctuations of temperature and humidity, they pose an enormous impact on our tangible cultural heritage. Increase of pests, that is especially important for archives, libraries, and museums, where we see a lot of new types of insects who are eating away our cultural heritage. Dieback of vegetation, and that is especially important, of course, for cultural landscapes and historic gardens. What is the concept of a historic garden if some of the plants are not able to survive there any longer? So that is also a philosophical question we have to think about. What is the future of a historic garden? We asked our delegates, what do you think is the risk potential by type of heritage? And here again, buildings and monuments, and this is what we have heard of the many architects of today. Of course, buildings and monuments are the pillars of our cultural heritage, which are the most visible ones. But also cultural landscapes. We don't have nature any longer in Europe. Every nature is a cultural landscape. Underwater heritage, that is often forgotten, that the sea level rise and acidification of oceans has an important impact. And also when we are now looking into more raw materials coming out of the sea, how this affects our underwater heritage. Where we had least information, and that has to do with research, is on the movable heritage. If you think most of our heritage is displayed and stored in museums, in historic houses, and we don't know what is the impact of climate change on the indoor conditions. Of course, that has an impact because otherwise, if we don't do anything, we will see the outdoor climate in the inside. Without climatization here, we would not survive here because we would have 35 degrees maybe. And the same applies, of course, to our art objects, which are displayed inside museums and historic buildings. Let's come to our most challenging task. We wanted to collect good practice examples. What is already done in Europe? And in the first year, no one of our delegates from the 28 countries was able to deliver any good practice examples. And why was this the case? Because nobody of our delegates knew who has all this information, Whom do we need to call? Where can we find this information? We were thinking we are like investigative journalists. Oh yes, I know somebody. Yeah, he has an example. Yes, okay, we call him. No, I don't have an example. So that took us really a long time to find these good practice examples, but finally we could find 83 good practice examples from 26 countries. And these good practice examples are really a fantastic source of inspiration. Our cultural heritage serves for the creative and cultural industries, for the artists, because they look what our ancestors have done. Cultural heritage is the creativity of our past, of our ancestors. They were the ones who were the creatives, and now we can use it as inspiration for the future to develop good answers how we can cope with climate change. More than half of our good practice examples were driven by research projects. And that shows that research is playing an eminent role in the implementation of measures against climate change. And it was exactly 20 years ago that the European Commission launched the first call to scientifically study what are impacts, how much is climate change impacting our heritage. And I can assure you, 20 years ago, people said, oh, do we really need to study this? I cannot imagine that climate change has an impact on our heritage. The pyramids are there for hundreds of thousands of years. The cathedrals are there for 1,000 years. I cannot imagine. And that shows that research always must be ahead of time, even if we are not yet heard in the moment, but we have to develop the measures for the future. And now, 20 years later, we are the leaders in research, how to adapt to climate change and also what cultural heritage can contribute to mitigate climate change. Only a few examples I go through very quickly. Traditional knowledge, vernacular architecture was already mentioned, and this is exactly what we need. We need also the traditional knowledge and to combine the traditional knowledge with the new knowledge. Here an example from Austria where they revitalized an old airwell system in the Burgtheater. So they don't use any heat, they don't use any energy, they can reduce the heat in the auditorium and thus carbon dioxide saving. Another example is from the World Heritage city of Bordeaux. And here it shows that when you are doing a planning, for example, installing measures in a city to improve climate fitness, you have to include heritage experts right from the beginning in the planning phase. And then it doesn't happen that climate change measures are against the conservation of cultural heritage, because when the experts are sitting at the same time at the same table right from the beginning, then we can find the best solutions, because we don't need to install photovoltaic tiles on the roof of a medieval church if there are other places. But this kind of information and solution you will only develop when the heritage experts are sitting right from the beginning at the table. Another is also about architecture. It is about the construction. It is about the construction sector, which produces 1/3 of the carbon dioxide. And this is a study from Norway, and it says green is not only a color, sustainable buildings already exist. And they could show that upgrading an old building is more climate friendly than demolishing it and building up a new energy efficient house. And with this, whenever I travel around Europe, I can see so many old houses which are not protected, but they have a value for the people. They are pillars of their identity, which are abandoned. They are 100 years old, they are abandoned, and they are only waiting to be demolished. And this is what we cannot afford in the future. We must upgrade these buildings because we are saving, contributing to the climate change against it, And we are also solving the housing crisis, which we have in Europe. We have a lack of houses for people. Another example is how we can engage local communities, how we can use arts and creatives together with protection of cultural heritage and cultural landscapes. And this is a fantastic example from Slovenia, and that is the revitalizations of orchards and meadows. And here, this was not yet tackled today. It's not only trees who are helping to fight against climate change, but even more important are grasslands and meadows, because grassland and meadows are storing carbon dioxide even under heat stress, where trees, for example, when they are under heat stress, they are releasing carbon dioxide, but grass can still capture carbon dioxide even under some heat stress. So this is very important to also look into the meadows and into the grasslands. Just one last example, it is from research. It was the second research project from the European Commission, and in this research project, for the first time, we wanted to look into the future, how the future climate change impacts the indoor climate of houses, of historic buildings. And so a whole building simulation tool was coupled with the climate models. And with this coupling, we were able to get the information until the year 2100. I will only show you a few slides. Here you can see the calculations, and we were using a moderate emission scenario, not the one on which we are right now, and you will see how the indoor temperatures will change compared to the recent past in the far future. And you will see that everywhere in Europe, the indoor temperatures without doing anything will rise dramatically. Here, an example from a cathedral, from the St. Bavo Cathedral in Ghent. And here you can see that with even a moderate emission scenario, we will see by the end of the century 45 degrees inside the cathedral. And this has a lot of implications for tourists, for people who are visiting the church, because nobody will visit a church when you have 45 degrees inside. It's much too dangerous for older people and, of course, for very young people, for babies. So we will not, what can we do if we have 45 degrees inside a cathedral? We also are looking into heat islands. It was mentioned by you that the Puerta del Sol is a heat island in Madrid, and this is an example from Cologne, where in the city center is the famous Cologne Cathedral, a World Heritage Site, and it is exactly also what you can see here in the middle, where the arrow is. That is the biggest heat island of the city of Cologne, where the cathedral is, because everything around the cathedral is stone, and it is very difficult to plant their trees because underground there is the metro and things like that. So we really need solutions from all of you. We need to take our creativity. What can we do to reduce these heat islands? That is the last slide from this research project, and we have done the calculation, and no wonder. I mean, we have global warming, we need less heating energy in the future everywhere in Europe, but we need much more energy for cooling and much more energy for dehumidification, because still we have the strong precipitation, which then rises the humidity inside the buildings. And so dehumidification and cooling are even today very expensive, and we have not yet any sustainable energy sources for doing this dehumidification and cooling. So I'm nearly on time. So there are some key messages from our 10 recommendations. And one is that cultural heritage is really threatened in an unprecedented speed and scale by climate change. But cultural heritage, our traditional knowledge, our old buildings, our intangible heritage, we can offer solutions and inspirations for the climate crisis. Cultural heritage needs to be considered in all policies and planning and decision-making, and we need to address it to ministries of finances, economy, environment, spatial planning, and not only to the ministers of culture. We need cooperation on all levels, and we need research programs. Here, European Union with Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 is doing already a lot, but what we found out is it's the member states who are not doing enough. The member states are not investing enough into research, how we can protect cultural heritage in times of climate change. We need upskilling of experts and training. Where do we get all the people who have the knowledge, who understand climate change, heritage, city regeneration? So that is something where we need to invest. And it is more climate friendly to repair than to demolish. That is to address, my dear friends, the architects, don't build all the time new, but try to upgrade the old buildings we have. And if we have done this, then of course we can still build new ones, but we need all the creativity, and we need the imagination, and we need the virtual and augmented reality to show to people how an old house can be upgraded and how nice it is to live in such an old upgraded house. Okay, then at the very end, we must speak about money. All this, of course, needs some money. So we need to incentivize and we need to foresee some budgets, how to upgrade our old buildings, how to protect our cultural heritage. And as I said, Europe is really the leader in research. But if it comes to measures, I'm sorry to say this, but I recently was invited to the United States in December. The National Park, the US National Park Service, they have received $750 million for adaptation and mitigation for the cultural resources inside the US national parks, only for the buildings and monuments inside the American national parks. And this money came directly because the National Park Service is directly linked to US President Biden, and they received the money from US President Biden's climate package, 750 million euros. And we are talking about EIT, culture and creativity, of 200 million, only to give you a kind of idea that some other regions are really seeing that there is a threat. And the United States, what I have seen, they are seeing much more problems already now, what we will only see in the next 10, 15 years, $715 million for the cultural resources in only the national parks of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you all, everyone that's here and everyone that's watching us streaming. We've come to an end of this first day of this high-level conference of the Spanish presidency for the Council of the European Union. It was very interesting, it was intense, and I learned a lot today. I hope to keep learning tomorrow. I hope you come back tomorrow, because we have more performances, more talks. And well, today, as you probably know, we are continuing with an art exhibition and a social dinner at the Cosmo Caixa Museum. There's a bus waiting outside, so we can immediately exit this Disseny Hub, get on the bus, and go to the Cosmo Caixa. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for today. Thank you.